Hey, Blade Turbo. Ah, Nar Shaddaa.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
You ever wonder what some of these ads say? Like, Aurebesh is an English replacer, so that means that's just 2 letters over there, for example. I don't know, just random thoughts. Oh, you're more than welcome, Indiana Joe. If I can. Nope. Nope. There we go. Might need you anyways. I'm having some equipment troubles, but we'll figure that out as we go. What does it say up here? It's 4 letters and then like 6 letters? No, 5 letters. AJ Palmer.
Hello, and welcome to the offices of Dr. Theron Cedrax. My name is Holiday, and I'm pleased to assist you.
Right.
If you have an appointment, please make yourself comfortable while... Oh my goodness. What a darling outfit. I must get Theron to program me one just like it. Perhaps in a warmer shade, though.
Yeah, I forgot about Holiday.
I try to take care of myself. Nice to know it shows, even to a hologram.
Oh no. A mere hologram would never have my eye for fashion. I'm a fully sentient holographic life form, unique in the galaxy, or so Theron says.
Soft image of a soft thing. Why bother with this, Harold?
You're a Jedi, aren't you? If you're here to see Theron, he's... Well, I've been waiting for him to get back. For hours and hours.
I imagine Nar Shaddaa's full of actual women to distract him.
Trust me, sweetheart. I'm all the woman he'll ever need. Theron had a special order to design a weapon, and the customer wanted him to deliver the prototype to the Nikto sector. The aliens there hate humans. The Republic. Hygiene. He should never have agreed to go.
I hope he doesn't get himself killed before I find him.
Oh, don't talk like that. What would I do without my Theron? The meeting place is in the Nikto sector's Starship Chop Shop. It sounds like a nasty place. Please be careful.
Sure. Oh, it's a real one. Hold on. Let me get position here. Which is up here, I think. God, where am I? This frickin' city. Better not have been my internet going off, I just heard. That would just be the kind of day I'm having right now. Yeah, I hear you. What are you doing over there? Here, Latario. We will get our second companion here. Okay. Looks like we haven't lost internet because we're still playing, so that's good to know.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Thank you, Blow Felix. Always appreciate you. I'll put that towards the Trails in the Sky block. Oh, okay. And thank you, Indiana Joe. I'll jot that down towards whatever you want to put it towards. See you around, Blow Alex. Have a good one. Hey, Hazardous. Hey, TSD. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, I need to, speaking of which, before I forget, you are now my new companion. Because I'm tired of Kaizen, and, well, I hate the next companion we're about to get. Whoops! So my choices are somewhat limited. I will put those towards dealer's choice, Indiana Joe. Thank you again. Which will go towards... Wow! Actually, I don't know if that's true. Weirdly enough, I haven't put a lot of thought into the next bundle of games to stream. We've... Oh, for God's sakes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yep, this is my life now. Probably death. Yeah, nope. Okay, gotta get in position for the death. I'm ready. I'm ready. I mean, Holiday's actually kind of interesting. Okay, this is... I'm not dead. I'm very estranged by this. Hey, Dr. Winter. This is an electro staff. But unfortunately, it's not transmogrifying properly, so... Right now, my weapon damage is kind of crap as a consequence. And I don't really have a way to fix that. I need to figure out how to get a real weapon that isn't a lightsaber.
The weapon's obviously my creation. If you use it against the Hutt Cartel, I'll be looking for my vertebrae in a trash compactor. Deal's off.
No, I will take the prototype to the master, drenched in your blood.
Threatening people in front of a Jedi isn't clever.
Such a small Jedi. I've stood before a true master. In a few words, he showed me the true way.
Please don't get him started on this again.
The darkness is coming. The gangs are united against it. We're the master's guiding hand to crush the Hutt Cartel.
I'm sure you're very impressive.
We serve the master. His will makes us invincible. Stand aside. I swore to bring Cedric's prototype to the master. Prototype, take a drink. Perhaps he will grant us an office.
I dislike being told what to do.
Enough! No one will stand in the way of the master's work. The Hutt Cartel must fall. Okay. It does... So, okay. I'll demonstrate the problem I'm having in a minute, if you give me a second. Why is Kaizen Fan still out? Get the crap out of my party and never come back! You piece of crap! God damn it, game. When I say summon companion, I don't mean, it'd be nice if you decided to summon your companion. It's okay if you don't, though. No, I mean summon my goddamn companion!
That was gratifying. You rarely see delinquents getting their just desserts on this world. And from such an exquisite young woman, too. Loveliness and a lightsaber, a rare synthesis.
Oh my god, we can flirt with him.
I just want to know I saved the right person.
And bite as well. How intriguing. Theron Cedrax, professor and exo-engineer at your service. Not that many around here respect my genius, especially those Nikto. Challenge the Hutt Cartel? Pfft. Where'd they get such delusions of grandeur?
If I can get a word in edgewise, I might be able to explain.
Explain.
So Juris Fane has a vendetta against the Hutt Cartel. If any Jedi Master would risk it, Fane's the one. That's why I was right. If the Hutts find out Fane is behind this guiding hand business, it'll leave the Republic high and dry.
I intend to stop him long before the Hutt Cartel has a clue.
No easy task. The Hutts have their claws, well, appendages, into everything around here. Fane will have hidden himself well, but if Fane is using Nar Shaddah's gangs, perhaps that's our opening. I know a local gang, the Red Light Lancers. A bunch of tech specialists and slicers of ill repute. Rumor is, they're part of this guiding hand.
How does the existence of a tech gang help me?
These Lancers have been pestering me to do a special job. I could pretend I'm interested and set up a meeting for you, but you'll need to prove your expertise. I suppose this prototype would do it, though I hate to part with it.
Your genius will stop a rogue Jedi Master.
I wish I was immune to flattery. Here. And here. I always wear an earpiece at handover so I can call my assistant Holiday. With this, we can speak privately. Here's the location. I'll return to my office. If Fane is using some kind of mind control, I have research to do.
That's a valid question, Dr. Winter, which I'm going to ignore for right now because I want to show something. So here it is. There's my weapon, equipped. It sucks because it literally has no stats on it, except for the total stats. So that sucks. But hang on. I'll just equip this lightsaber, which is a normal lightsaber, not a dual saber, and get into frickin' combat. But this is the one I've gotten. Cool. So I'll switch over here and put it in the outfitter, and it will say, cannot do that, we're stupid. So it doesn't actually let me just cosmetic it. I know I could buy mods. I don't know where to buy them on the fleet, so I'm not going to bother. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy mods on Tatooine, because I actually know where those are. I'm just going to kind of live with it while we're still in a low-level world.
Open for business.
When we get to higher-level worlds, I'm pretty much going to need to have actual gear on. What I had for lunch? Rice. And some chicken. I make a Skullmon. It doesn't matter. The Steam version is identical. It's a slightly different launcher, but it leads to the exact same executable. No, yeah, that's the problem. And you're probably thinking, why is that a problem, Lore? First of all, that's dumb in every game that does that, which is all three of them. But second of all, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for the quest rewards that I'm getting to be a single-handed lightsaber when I can and should be equipping a dual saber as this class. I was actually thinking about that. Why do I have a single lightsaber as a shadow? I even have a shield equipped. I'm actually confused by this. So, I'm not sure where to get an actual two-handed weapon that's worth a damn. Hence why I'm probably just going to go ahead and mod this thing once we get there. 600 million, by the way, Giga. We'll see if this particular quest chain gives me something other than a one-handed lightsaber, because I'm just confused by it at this point. I don't remember, Jay Palmer. And I don't really have a good way of even telling the answer to that. Well, when it comes out in 70 years, I'll tell you, Lotario, but for right now, I would have been cautiously optimistic because I actually liked Detroit Become Human, and nothing other than Detroit Become Human. What are you people doing? However, there's a side problem, and that problem is all the under-the-hood bullcrap that's been going on with Quantum Dream over the last year.
This is Theron Cedrax. Can you read me, Jedi?
Have the Lancers agreed to meet?
The Lancers leapt at the chance to hire me. Their boss, Klasia, is at the meeting ground right now.
Okay. Cool. Let's go. And yeah, I agree. If we can keep David Cage out of it, we'll probably be doing better off overall. So yeah, we'll see if Nar Shaddaa gives us a two-handed weapon. If it does, then we're good. Yeah, problem solved. That's another reason I don't want anybody to go get mods right now. Just gonna live with it for a minute. Yeah, that's what I was referencing, Damashi. Quantic Dreams is... I wouldn't be surprised if Quantic Dreams gets shut down. Let's put it that way. Well, Nicolas Cage thought he was cool, but he was nothing against Johnny Cage, okay? And don't think I don't know your last name is actually secretly Cage. I'm taking that into account, too.
Where's Theron Cedrax? The darkness is coming. The Lancers need the man who solved the Meraki uplink paradox, not some unplugged Jedi.
At least he can appreciate good work.
Forget this. I have to get Theron Cedrax for the job. Master's orders.
You could spend days chasing Cedrax. Or hire me now and give my newest weapon to your master.
Huh. Impressive. But the Master said get Cedrax. Even a Jedi's no good. Bet you don't even know what a D3TR port is.
A D3TR port is used to fix computer spikes. Basic stuff. He's playing with you.
I came here in good faith, not to have my intelligence slighted.
Okay, sorry, don't bust a gimbal. So if you were gonna slice Nar Shaddaa's traffic control towers, what channel would you cut?
Any channel, I suppose. Apart from 552. Too risky.
552 is the only channel that would present a real challenge.
Seriously? Impressive. None of my people can crack cartel security. In the name of the Master, the Red Light Lancers and the Guiding Hand welcome you, sister.
All right, I'm welcomed. What happens now?
The Master wanted Theron Cedrax for a special job. It'll do for your initiation test. If you live, the Hutt cartel shares a bunch of spice factories with the Empire in the lower industrial sector. The Master wants them destroyed.
Sounds dangerous. I'll take care of it.
Go to the Defense Network control room and disrupt the protocols on the primary control node. That'll trigger the factory's automated defenses. Turrets, droids, poison gas, the factories and their workers will be wiped out. The Hutt cartel will see what the Guiding Hand can do.
I'd hoped Nar Shaddaa would bring a true challenge.
We should have recruited you sooner. I'll be monitoring the cartel's defense network, so I'll know exactly when the job is done. Don't keep us waiting.
That's a tricky proposition, Jedi. Meet me at my offices. I'll get started on a way to help you.
And yeah, Kira White Noise is quite correct. Eclipse is announced, which is something, I'd say probably the third or fourth step into a game actually coming out of like 50. And I'm not exaggerating. So, I am not holding my breath. And that's why I don't really have much of an opinion on it yet. It's like, it'd be nice. We'll see.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
I mean, Ubisoft isn't exactly doing super well right now, either. Yada. Oh yeah, Act, you asked if I would take mind reading or telekinesis. You know, ironically, reading minds, not manipulating or controlling them, but reading them would actually be really useful under the right circumstances. But I think I'd still take telekinesis. I suppose the real question would be, how strong is the telekinesis? Yeah, I've been liking it so far, Dr. Wencher. More than I thought it would be. Yeah, exactly, Act. Knowing is really helpful. And I could use it in some way that is better than... Oh, what's that terrible Mel Gibson movie about a guy who can read women's minds? And he uses it terribly. God, I hate that movie. What Women Want. God, that movie sucked. Alright, But yeah, the real question is, how strong is the telekinesis? Are we talking Jean Grey or Phoenix? 10 feet? That's it? That's pathetic. Yeah, no, I'll take telepathy then. Boom, 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 boom. Reading your mind, reading your mind.
Oh, Theron. What a deliciously daring idea. I'll have to watch out, in case you get any more.
Dearest Holiday, I always save my finest inspiration for you.
I'll just wait outside until this is all over.
Ah, hello again. I believe I promised to help destroy those Hutt cartel factories for the Lancers, and I found the perfect solution. A few years ago, I acquired a Sith Overseer's ID. I've modified it with the permissions to trigger those defenses, kill everyone, and bring the factories down.
I don't want my mission to fail because they changed a password.
I take pride in my work, Jedi. Those permissions will bring the whole system down. The Defense Network control room will be near the factories in the lower industrial sector. Once you reach it, I'll help you from there. I don't envy you. That sector's a toxic nightmare, besides which there's Imperial soldiers, patrol droids, and worse.
I don't know, 12 feet wouldn't even be able to hit most of the stuff in my house apartment. In my apartment, hey. I wouldn't go for that. If you give me the ability to grab anything in the apartment, that's still not really all that useful. So I'm leading with no. Dr. Winter earlier asks, what's your favorite dragon flight? I've been staring at that question for a bit now, debating. I think at the end of the day, I'm probably going to go with the Azure flight. Oh, the Infinite flight is neat enough, and the Bronze flight has some cool things, but honestly, both of them just have too much bad storytelling for me to really stomach. The Azure flight, this person has been circling since I was here earlier. The Azure flight is just... It's politics and tragedy, and has some of the more interesting dragon characters in general.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
So, yeah. Also magic, which is kind of cool. But you also asked, was the voice acting of the Jedi Knight a wash? Part of the problem is it almost feels like a pity plus, you know what I mean? And actually, there was more, and I'm not just saying this to pick on Jedi Knight, there was more bad voice acting in Jedi Knight than there was in Smuggler or Trooper, or Consular, for that matter. Alright, we'll give it a pity plus. One pity positive, which will raise Jedi Knight's score to still being worse than Trooper, but, you know. Yeah, let me adjust that in here. Wait. I already gave that plus. It's positive number 6. Damn it, Dr. Winter. Never mind. Score doesn't go up. Jedi Knight continues to suck exactly as much as it already did. What power would I pick? Telekinesis, but only 5 pounds? 5 pounds? Pass. Or mind reading when people think in another language. Again, completely useless. Pass. I would literally rather have nothing than either of those things. Jesus Christ, I didn't even get to... whatever. I'll use my single lightsaber here. Oh god, I literally can't use some of my abilities. That explains it. I was actually having this issue earlier. I literally can't use some of my abilities. And that's why. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, new plan. Being invisible. Nope, 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 nope. It's cool, Indiana Joe, it's cool. It's cool. I got this. It's cool. Because I have a one-handed lightsaber equipped, or because that's what my previous quest gave me. My class quest gave me a one-handed lightsaber, which means I am not equipping the correct type of lightsaber, which means not all my abilities work, because that's how that's tied. Let's see what these quests give us, because if these quests give us another one-hander,
right there. This is an Imperial control station. I'm authorized to use deadly force protecting cartel Imperial interests. State your business or get out.
My business is destroying people like you.
Damned Republic spies!
That's not really a spy if I walk up and say, hi, I'm here to kill you. I should be using a dual saber. Specifically. Oh, that's no. And... oh, there's our CC. Wow, I can't use that ability either. Ah! What did I miss, Arcana?
Good work, Jedi. The primary control node is active. To destroy the factories, insert the ID I gave you. It'll corrupt the protocols on that node and set the defenses off.
Do we have to kill these people? I guess we have to kill these people. Okay. Cool. That's hysterical, Arcana. I actually wish I could rewind just to see that now. Oh well. I was too busy murdering fools.
Jedi, it's Clage. I've been monitoring the Hutt Cartel's defense network. Protocols are down. Those factories are ripping themselves apart. Great work.
Any other Hutt Cartel targets in need of some special attention?
Oh, slow down. Don't you want your big reward? The Master himself has heard about you. He wants you to be presented to him. In person.
Just give me his location and I'll be right there.
The Master's waiting at our headquarters in the red light sector. It's in an old store. Here, I'll upload it to your map. Don't be long. Our fight against the Hutt Cartel is heating up, and the Master doesn't like delays.
Thank you, Vigilant. As always. I gotta see what you actually donated for.
Come, Jedi, don't keep me waiting. I've been looking forward to this, ever since Clasia mentioned his new star. Poor Clasia. Good slicer, but he really should get out more. He's almost as out of touch as the Jedi Council. Tell me, has C.O. Bakarn lightened up, or is he still the same old stuffed robe?
I don't think Master Seo will ever change.
Bit like the Order itself, yes? Even in these times, it's so... rigid. This plague has enlightened me. Those Jedi rules, I rarely bothered with them before, but now I see them for what they are. But I don't have the patience to explain. In fact, you've become a nuisance I need to eliminate.
These actions only bring you closer to the dark side. They will destroy you.
Good grief. It's like listening to my old master all over again. I'd love to duel you myself, but the darkness is coming. Destroying the Hutt Cartel demands my full attention. Killer, bring me her head when it's over.
Okay. I mean, it takes one to know one, right? Yeah, I like how his reaction to the mind control is, I guess.
Jedi, can you hear me? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Maybe a scratch here and there, but the Force was my shield.
Can't believe Fane would do that to another Jedi. However, Fane may have made a mistake by using that holo transmitter. Check the holo transmitter, Jedi. Press the small switch underneath, and we'll see what can be done.
Interesting outfit, by the way, Orkana.
I thought so. Holiday, my dear, would you oblige?
Of course. Oh my, Fane hasn't covered his tracks very well. I'll just untangle the signal.
I hope you know what you're doing. This might be my only lead.
When I found Holiday, I discovered this enchanting woman was supported by a computer network of incredible sophistication. With so much untapped runtime, it seemed a waste not to teach her about slicing.
Found him! Fane's signal traces back to... oh, Shadowtown.
Whatever Shadowtown is, Fane won't be hiding there long.
Wait, Jedi. You can't just run in there.
Shadowtown is an Imperial prison for the most dangerous prisoners in the galaxy. Well nigh impenetrable. The security there is the best on Nar Shaddaa.
If Fane's there, I must be able to get inside too.
Actually, we may have the advantage. Shadowtown has such exceptional security because the builders had it designed by the best minds, including myself. Come back to my offices and we'll parse the problem. I also have something to help you against Fane.
Or, hear me out, I could just go there and not have this needless backtracking. Was the backtracking always here? I'm actually really confused by just how much backtracking the frickin' Consular is doing. It's confusing. Yeah, no, we'll probably see some backtracking or us on the Imperial side too. Tor is not a game known for its good game design. Like that, which is such a common bug that I haven't even been able to determine what's causing it. It just happens periodically. You might think, oh, it's when you alt-tab, Lore. Nope, sometimes it just happens while I'm here. That's like... well, I can't even emulate it. I can't even fake it. It's where if you ever see the camera just go all of a sudden, that's the bug.
Please, I have nothing but respect for the Hutt Cartel. But this is...
They say a Jedi's behind this guiding hand. We've seen a Jedi coming out of these offices. Start talking, Cedrax.
I have business with the Professor. You can talk to him another time.
I don't think so. I'm with the Hutt Cartel, investigating rumors that the Jedi run the guiding hand. Cedrax worked for them, and now here you are. I'll have to report this.
Sorry. This has to be kept secret no matter what the cost.
What? No! You can't do this!
Actually, I can. Funny how that works out.
That was too close. The Hutt Cartel is closing in on Fane. Your alacrity with the lightsaber may have saved us, but we have other problems. Holiday pinpointed Fane deep in Shadowtown's residential area. There's dozens of cameras, guards, and crazed prisoners between us and him.
You focus on bringing down the defenses, while I take on Shadowtown.
I like your approach. In terms of Fane's mind control ability, I have a little something to handle that.
A little something? You're so modest, Theron.
I don't think I like hearing Tira Strong try to sound sexy.
I've been consulting with Master Sayo Bakarn, and I've built an exotech device that should prevent Fane from brainwashing us.
I need a better guarantee than that, Theron.
My dear Jedi, do you think I'd risk my genius if I wasn't sure? It will work. Shadowtown. I never planned to see it in person. But I'm ready when you are, Jedi.
Sure. And yes, that's Tara Strong playing Holiday. Hey, Malachor. Yeah, no, it looks legit. Thank you, again, for all your assistance in making it happen. Hopefully we'll actually have a two-handed saber soon so we can complete it. Actually, I should probably just do this. Really try to speed this up, shall we? I've been kind of lackluster lately to try and relax. But it's time to really blaze through Consular.
Welcome.
Especially since we can
Select
stealth.
available travel route.
Ah, it's fine, Latario. There's never been a trap in the history of Star Wars. Let's see. Maze donated. This is great. I can get some paperwork done in the background while I'm flying around. That's an interesting question. Do you think flight pass are a negative? It's an important precedence to set. Because it'll matter for WoW. That's a good question. Did FF14 get a negative for the Chocobos? FF14s are a... No, we discussed that. I actually remember. FF14 did not get a negative. I can't believe that didn't aggravate me. Specifically because of the fact that you could pop off of it. In mid-flight.
Wait, Jedi.
It's the Lotra thing.
I need to scramble the Shadowtown camera uplink from here, but if the guard spots any glitches, he'll sound the alarm.
He can't sound the alarm if he's dead.
Drastic, but it would solve my problem.
We only need a minute to muss up the camera uplink. When we're through, he won't notice the difference.
Wait, what? Oh, wow.
Hey, I didn't know there were Jedi prisoners here. Get back from the guard tower.
I was convicted without due process of law. Where can I argue my case?
What? You're a prisoner of the Empire. You don't get to argue anything. You prisoners. Every day, more griping. You're lucky we don't just clean this place out.
Jedi, we're all done.
Okay, hold on. I want to see the other side of that, if that's okay.
Wait.
Skip through this a little bit.
Hey,
How do you put up with this place?
I'm well paid and well armed, so get back from the guard tower. You prisoners. Every day, more...
Jedi.
My apologies, sir. I'll get out of your way.
Get lost before I lose my temper.
Alright, I was just curious. Especially since I missed a good dialogue option, apparently.
He can't...
Hey, I didn't know there were Jedi prisoners here. Get back from the guard tower.
Where am I going? Oh, well. So Django asks, why are we killing everything? Well, there's actually a lot of answers to that, but the first and most obvious is this is our Republic character, our main Republic character, so we are, as is appropriate for the Republic, going full dark side. In addendum to that, given the fact that, especially since our Imperial character is full light side, in addendum to that, I have discovered very quickly over the last few hours that the Jedi Consular's evil voice acting is much better than her good voice acting. The actress actually voices it differently. There's a edge to the way she speaks, and I actually rather enjoy it. So...
It's over for you.
Wait! Prisoners don't care. Help!
She also has some really good lines when being evil.
I've marked our next target on your map. We should hurry.
That right there, that was the camera bug. Do you see how the camera just went woo? And I had to get it back under control. That's the camera bug. Alright, you, buddy. You must be tortured to horrific, mindless, screaming death! Ah, sorry. Anyways. What are we doing? Oh, right. We're going up to the thing. I mean, down to the thing, excuse me. No dismounting. Okay. Die, scum. I love how I can throw the brick at people, but I can't dot people.
That's quite enough of that. That's quite enough of that.
I mean, my Jedi Knight was made a master, which is hysterical. We were technically not dark. We are, by the way, already Dark 1, as you can see there. I mean, I guess we could do a prison break. Or... we've joined the red side of the Force.
We can cut the power to Fane's hideout here, but it's complicated. It'll take some time.
So do it.
It won't go faster if you stand around talking.
Holiday, darling, a little help?
There are rare occasions where they will react to you, but for the most part, no.
Hey, what's going on?
We're fixing the power junction. It's in a shocking state.
Like hell, that was serviced yesterday. Alert! Alert! We've got an infiltrator!
I mean, we were gonna kill him anyways. Might as well get a good line in there first, right?
There must be a weakness.
At least, line. Of
That's quite enough of that.
Ah! Frickin' camera bug.
Fane's hideout has lost all power. Any security systems will be shut down. Thank you for having my back, Jedi.
Don't mention it, Theron.
This is our chance. We should hurry.
The droid... What role did the ship droid fill in vanilla? Not applicable. At launch or in beta, I actually forgot which, the droid on the ship wasn't capable of being a companion. That was patched in. I don't remember if they patched that in before launch or after launch, though. The two blur a lot for me, I'm going to be honest. Here's a question Django might be able to jump in on. Of the KOTOR and TOR protagonists, who has the best overall team? Between Revan Exile and, you know, the TOR protagonist. There's got to be a way up here. There is. Yay! The best team. You know, the companions, party members. That is, in fact, a storytelling mechanic, yes. Oh, combat. Okay. Well, Latario asked the question, so I don't know the specifics of the intent. What am I in combat with?
Be a weakness.
But yes, that's the CC, and it even works on a droid. Holiday just dances for the droid, and the droid can't take it.
That's quite enough of that.
I would agree that 2 would probably win in terms of raw power, but 2 was high-powered in general. It was part of the point. Just about... I can't even do that. I keep forgetting I don't have access to my abilities right now. What am I in combat with? Oh, he lived. Oh, never mind. Yep, still in combat. Still in combat. Oh, this game. What's the problem with Broodmark? Are you asking that seriously? Like you've never heard of Broodmark? Or do you actually like Broodmark, in which case, I'm afraid we're going to have to bring you in. The acceptability police just cannot tolerate anything like someone tolerating Broodmark, so...
That's quite enough of that.
You can't let it spread. Still in combat with something. Oh, there we go. Finally out of combat. I mean, even ignoring memeing, the problem with Broodmark is everything. He's a violent, deranged psychopath. The end. It's all the problems of most of the last characters, you know, late party member syndrome. Except he's also just a completely flat, boring, nothing, stupid character. Stupid, who's hoisted upon you whether you want him or not. Also, his voice acting literally hurts my ears. That's cool, too.
Very good, Jedi. You survived both my Morgukai and this dank little town. Yuan Par taught you well.
And thank you, World's Best Pants. I hope you're going to be there for it. As a fresh reminder, the LTTP Theater is this very Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Master Yuan was struck by the same plague that afflicts you. My strength is my own.
Poor Yuan. She was always so vibrant. Has dear Yuan ever told you about Malachor III? The truth, I mean. During our mission, we had quite the affair. She was something in the day, and her advances became irresistible.
You're trying to distract me. It won't work.
But the truth is so very important. Our passion, it paved the way for darkness to enthrall the others, and destroy our friend, Parkanis Tark. That memory tormented me for years, but now I'm free. Free of guilt, free of fear.
Submit, Fane, or I'll use force.
Fane, if the Hut Cartel finds out about you, the Republic's finished out here. This has to stop.
My, you got Theron Cedrax to care about something, Jedi. That's a gift I want on my side. Now, serve me, and... What the... what is that thing?
A little trifle of exotech, to ensure you won't be influencing my Jedi friend.
Ugh, my head. I should have known you'd bring one of your damn toys.
How does it feel to have your mind attacked, Fane? That's exactly what your victims felt.
How dare you? You think you can challenge me?
1, 2, 3. Oh. Hang on. That took 3 seconds, but there was one Yahoo over here who was like, I'm gonna fight too!
Enough, I yield. But kill me. Kill 1,000, it doesn't matter. Lord Vivicar will never stop.
Lord Vivicar. Tell me, Fane, who is he? Where can I find him?
Like darkness, Vivicar is everywhere. In everything.
That doesn't...
His condition's deteriorating. We should act quickly.
Hello?
Good. Fane's already down. That saves us some trouble.
Save whom some trouble? What's going on?
I'm an official representative of the Hut Cartel, and that man belongs to us. The guiding hand has gone too far. Jedi don't get to interfere with our business, not without consequences. Hand Fane over, or the Republic sees what unhappy Hutts can do.
Tell me what the cartel has planned for him.
Fane will be an example to our enemies.
The kind of example you have to scrub out of the carpet, yes?
If the Hutts don't get him, every Republic agent on Nar Shaddaa will find their lives suddenly complicated.
If this will appease the Hutts, so be it.
Very wise. Nice to do business with you.
The darkness has come for me, just as Vivicar said.
Congratulations on your handling of Fane. Not to mention the Hutt cartel. Shocking to see Fane in that state. I see why you couldn't risk letting him live.
Theron, honey, someone's been calling our offices. Master Sile Bakarn of the Jedi Council, asking for our friend to call back.
Goodbye, Theron. Thanks for the help.
I suppose. I should get back to my offices. Genius never takes a vacation. This was fun. Like old times with Sayo and Fane. Anyway, glad I could be of assistance. Take care, Jedi.
Well, you're not trying to crawl down my pants, so that's a thumbs up in my book. Although I suppose that's sad that that's the level that we're at, but, you know, whatever. Oh, hey, I'm high enough level. Speaking of levels. Let's go and grab that. That's true. Although I believe he is a romance option. See, I'm looking at some of the crews, and it's like, Agent's crew is kind of crap. Bounty Hunters has 2 cools, and then everything else. We already talked about Smuggler, and Trooper, and Knight. We're building Consulars. So that just leaves Warrior. Warrior's got Vet, and Quinn, and Jaisa. But it also has Pierce and Brunmark. See you around, Indiana Joe. Have a good one. Thanks for your help.
Theron, look over there. Hey, Jedi. Yoo-hoo!
Ah, here she is, our fair Jedi. Fashionably late, making an entrance.
I don't like where this is going.
After our thrilling sojourn in Shadowtown, I came back to all the contracts piled up on my desk. Humdrum, tedious, boring. And I realized, Nar Shaddaa's charms have staled. I want adventure, excitement, to see something of the galaxy. So, in exchange for a single billet on your ship, you can have the tech expertise of Dr. Theron Cedrax exclusively at your disposal. What do you think?
You aren't leaving Holiday behind, are you?
Wherever my Theron goes, I go. I promise I don't take up any space. This software shell is quite slimming.
Now, how could you say no to her, Jedi? Besides, good looks, brains, and battle prowess? We share a rare combination. Our kind should stick together.
Why not just drape yourself over her a little more, Theron?
Holiday, no other woman has the runtime to understand me like you do. Now.
I like how her cosmetic thing just went away for a second there. For no reason. I would say that I like Mako, Galt, and Blizz from Bounty Hunter. So that might actually be the most characters I like. Well, no, that's not true, because then we've got Vet, Quinn, and Jaisa. So I think Sith Warrior and Bounty Hunter probably tie each other in terms of companions for me. At least in terms of numbers. Delete, delete. What kind of 007 gadget would I like to have in real life? Suicide pill. Suicide pill.
I've heard a report from Nar Shaddaa. The Guiding Hand has disbanded, and the Hutt cartel has withdrawn its vendetta. I was disturbed to hear you gave Fane to the cartel. Please explain why.
I feel like I explained that already.
It was Fane or the Republic's future.
You made a difficult decision. I hope you can live with it. And at least the Hutt cartel is appeased, despite the terrible cost. I am glad your mission on Nar Shaddaa was a success, but now I have an urgent matter that requires your attention. We received a distress signal from the Republic's starship Karida, and we suspect it's plague-related.
What's your reasoning on that?
The distress signal reported a Jedi gone mad, killing people aboard, talking about darkness. The symptoms match. Of particular interest, the Jedi in question is Lorana Fane, Master Duras Fane's daughter. After what happened to Fane, take care in dealing with his daughter.
I'll be back once I learn something.
You will dock in the ship's forward section, where Lieutenant Bella Wynn and her men have managed to find safety. Find Lorana Fane. Shield her if you can and see what you can learn. Go with care.
Jay Palmer asks if the 2003 Hulk movie would qualify for lamentation status. Oh, thank God, it's a dual saber. There we go. Okay, we have a dual saber back. Thank God. There we go. Okay. Uh-oh. Can I name 5 personal favorite sci-fi movies? Yeah, sure. Star Trek 2, Star Trek 6, Star Wars 5, Star Wars 6, Star Wars Rogue One. There you go, there's 5. Boom, done. Now that I named them, in which of them would I rather live in? Well, my choices are Star Trek or Star Wars. I think I'll take Trek. Could I describe any holidays? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Can I describe any holidays in the extant universe? I can only describe one, which is Good Tidings, which happens on May 3rd every year. This is and has been for the last hour the Mechagon Island thing. Speaking of which, we managed to do Nar Shaddaa in less than an hour, so I'm really happy about that.
I, of course, will go down with the ship.
Oh, duh. You even told me that earlier, Orcano. I just forgot because I'm stupid. Stupid. Woo. I haven't even thought about it, Mr. Red, so I have no idea, but even if it was true, that wouldn't be an extant holiday at that point, would it? So Latario says, don't you agree that when you get past the humor, HK-47 is just as evil as Hanhar and Brumark? Yes. I'm guessing you haven't seen my KOTOR lore run, or indeed most of the stuff I've discussed where... This is strange. Where we talk about characters like HK-47. Because it's a common trend that if you're going to make an evil party member, it's really easy for them to be irritating, and one of the easiest ways to bypass that problem is to make them humorous. Hello?
Hold your fire, men! Hold your fire! It's the Jedi the Council sent. Sorry, Jedi. We're all a little on edge.
It's the cloak clipping through his legs, isn't it? I know it.
Are you doing all right?
We're pretty shook up, but at least we're alive. No thanks to Lorana. She was a great passenger at first. Happy, smart, interested in the ship. But then we were hit by an Imperial ambush. Lorana fought them off. Almost died from her wounds. After a day or so, she started talking strange and then the slaughter.
If she was so badly injured, why couldn't you stop her?
It didn't go like that. After the ambush, we put out a call for medical assistance, and a Jedi Master answered. He healed her right up. He was odd, though. Had these horrible scars he kept covering. Never said his name. You know, Lorana was different after he left.
Other Jedi are suffering from a similar illness. He could have given it to her.
I don't think so. He healed her. She's as strong as ever. Stronger, even. It was a struggle, but we managed to trap her in the aft section. If I can just...
Lieutenant Wynn, Lorana's slicing into the Carida systems. She's taking over the whole ship. She'll start shutting down life support soon.
No! Jedi, please! You're the only one who stands a chance of stopping her! Do whatever you have to. Just don't let Lorana kill any more of my men!
A child could do this.
Thank you. I'll release the lockdown for a moment to let you in, but I won't risk Lorana getting out. There's a comm device back there. Contact me when you've taken care of her, and I'll release the lockdown again so you can leave. Good luck.
Don't mind me. Yeah, I think it looks good in action, Malachor. Good pick.
What have we here? A little engineer poking around where he shouldn't? I wonder what this button does. Oh, was that the airlock? Silly me. Bye-bye, little engineer.
It's time you answered for your crimes, Lorana Fane.
My crimes? You're so silly. The ship is nearly under my control. Isn't it wonderful? The darkness is coming, but it won't take me.
You've fallen to the dark side, Lorana. You must die.
You know, Lord Vivicar warned me about you when he healed me. But you're not going to kill me, Jedi. I won't let you.
Allow us.
Well, this should be
That's
interesting.
quite enough of that. For some exercise.
No, I don't, MPPY. Because she's evil, Blue Hero, obviously.
No! I won't let the darkness take me. Go away or I'll open the airlock! I'd rather die than be taken!
You'll have to come out sooner or later. And when you do, I'll be waiting.
No! No, I won't let you! I won't let it happen! The darkness will never take me!
Oh, gosh darn it.
Now, just as I programmed. That's quite enough of that.
Telekinesis does have a lot of good viscerality to it, I will admit. Just... shunk.
Lorana, my child, my Jedi. So, you have robbed me of a most promising student. As if that will delay the inevitable. You Jedi are an endless source of amusement.
Is that why you created this plague? For your amusement?
For power. I was once a Jedi like yourself. A mindless drone to the Order's precious code. There is no emotion, only peace. I believed, but the teachings of the Dark Lord Terek Morridge showed me the error of my ways. Thousands of years ago, Morridge's hatred nearly crushed the Jedi. That is true power.
Show yourself in person, and we'll see how powerful you are.
Haven't you tired of killing? You know the shielding technique. Why don't you use it? Not that it'll do you any good. The plague has already served its purpose. Everyone I have ever touched is susceptible to the plague. Will you kill them all?
Boasting won't guarantee you victory.
Victory is already guaranteed, Jedi. You are too late. I've already won.
I apparently cannot help Orcano here. That sucks. Best paced planetary. The smuggler. So you're talking about the planetary primaries, right?
You don't need to worry about Lorana Fane anymore. I've killed her.
I'm not sure what to say. She killed a lot of good people, but she saved us from the Imperials. Still, I feel safer with her dead, so I guess I should thank you.
I did only what was necessary.
I'll report back to Master CO immediately. You should do the same. Once we get the ship back under control, we'll set a course for Coruscant. Thank you for everything, Jedi.
Is it cheating if I say Quesh? My follow-up to Quesh is Ord Mantell. If both of those count as cheating, I'd probably say Boss. Oh, absolutely, Latario. And they're dead. Now, here's the thing. We need to make sure the execution is as horrific and slow as possible. We need them to suffer as they're going.
I've just received Bella Wynn's report. I'm sorry we lost Lorana Fane, but I'm sure you did what you could.
Oh, I did.
Did you manage to learn anything more about Lord Vivicar, the Plague Master?
He just babbled on about how he'd already won.
I'm listening.
Explain.
So this scarred man who healed Lorana Fane is Lord Vivicar. Amazing work, Jedi. Still no leads on how to find him, but we do know more about his plague.
I needed to find out more.
You saved the ship, and we learned a great deal. Just in time. 2 more Jedi Masters have now gone silent. In their last transmissions, both Masters said, "The darkness is coming." One Master was on Alderaan, the second on Tatooine. You must go to these worlds and investigate, quickly.
I will do everything in my power to help.
Thank you. I know you will. May the Force be with you on Tatooine and Alderaan. Good luck.
I will do everything to help. Okay, alright. If you want a real answer, Latario, because I don't like to answer questions about capital punishment, because that's a controversial topic, but let's just say that that person is probably not going to get a lot of hugs in their immediate future.
I never thought I'd say it, but good riddance to Nar Shaddaa. Nobody on that wretched moon has a speck of imagination. Take my little business. If I wasn't building devices to cheat the casinos, I was being nagged for new weapons.
So being sought out and admired for creating wonders of technology, that meant nothing to you?
You do have a way with words, my dear.
Now, we get to travel in the most darling ship. Although, I can't bear your ship's computer architecture. It's so frumpy. Mind if I give it a little flair?
If it makes you feel more welcome, go ahead.
Oh, good. I know just where to start. That horrible algorithm for the hyperdrive.
Holiday has quite the talent for making herself at home. Better leave her to it. Now, I'm sure there are more stimulating matters for you to attend to. Just one moment, Jedi. Holiday's latest viral safeguards need to upload. Quite a weighty update this week.
Someone's been busy. I should give this my full attention. Good night.
Ah, Holiday. You are unique indeed.
You and Holiday clearly care for each other.
My affections are all-encompassing, Jedi. Though Holiday is special, her former owner never appreciated Holiday's potential. That's a hut for you.
You'd crossed paths with the Hutt cartel before we met?
Oh no, I encountered him on Hutta. Glorzo, his name was. He collected rare technology, but he thought Holiday was just a novelty hologram. Imagine. I made a generous offer, but some scavenger had already struck a deal for her. So, Glorzo saw the chance for a little fun.
Hutts have strange ideas about what constitutes entertainment.
Glorzo proposed a contest. The scavenger and I would head into the Val asteroid field, hopefully surviving more than 2 minutes. The first to bring back a stone from the Rukabi Major asteroid would win dear Holiday.
You're on Arcana. Thanks as usual for the help.
I hear approaching Rukabi Major is suicidal. There's too much debris around it.
I had the last laugh. Clever piloting is no match for knowing certain navigational algorithms. I got the stone, returned days before the scavenger, and exchanged it for Sweet Holiday.
I imagine your competitor wasn't happy about being beaten.
What do I care? Holiday was safe. Still, this is all past. And you, my Jedi, have provided a most invigorating change from my usual activities.
That's very gracious.
Sadly, I often find words inadequate to fully express myself.
Yeah, I'm not flirting with you, dude. Must thank you. To travel with Scorekeeper's Herald is great blessing. I am grateful for honor.
I've seen your prowess as a hunter, Kaizen. I'm glad to have you at my side.
Fighting Nalin Rollick together. Great, glorious victory. It was terrible to lose score. To wake up caged and be nothing.
Don't think about that. Imagine how good it will feel to reclaim those lost points.
Yes, will take time. Many points lost. But also gained much on Tython. I met Scorekeeper's Herald. It's all balanced. It's strangeness to travel at Jedi's side. Soft things show you great respect. It's often problems for my people to travel. Ships do not like Trandoshan passengers. I often captains say me must pay more, or tell to sleep in cargo hold.
Trandoshans have a bad reputation in the Republic.
I serve Scorekeeper and hunt with honor, but ship captains, no caring of that. I was Trandoshan, not Kaizen, until Wan Par showed kindness. Was surprised Jedi understood.
She never told me how you first ran across each other.
It was years ago on Belkadon. Many roads there, sinking into swamps. Rohan had camped nearby to study. First I avoided, then traded findings from ruins for snakebite medicine, then stayed to talk at night. Rohan was always a good friend to me. Is my hope you will be also. Stab! Oh, sorry. See, Herald was cleaning up pack and found this. It's from long ago hunt. Claw of Rancor Beast.
If that's just the claw, I'd hate to encounter the creature it came from.
Beast will no longer trouble anyone. I was working as bounty hunter for a man named Braden. I heard of hunting opportunity. Mandalorians hunting beasts. I followed Mandalorians to small forest world and found many rancors, with one giant. It was a difficult hunt.
A whole planet of rancors and Mandalorians? You must have enjoyed that.
True challenge was Mandalorians. Clumsy. Trampled game trails, lit fires, made hatchling mistakes. Scorekeeper blessed me. Mandalorians never knew there was other hunter until they found Rancor carcass. War forces competition, but war has honed Sith into worthy prey for you, so all is fortunate.
Imagine, without the war, there'd be only soft acolytes and crazed hermits to challenge us.
It's a terrible thought. No points in those. Rancor Claw needs own bag. Memories must be safe. Herald, I bartered away small hunt trophies, 2 guest skins, rack of Horrocks teeth. I earned credits, but would like you to have, as tribute for Scorekeeper's Herald.
Surely the Scorekeeper's Herald has no need for credits?
If you wish, Herald, shall save for future hunts then. Once I saved credits to be smuggled onto Kashyyyk. His Wookiee homeworld, deep forest, Shadowlands full of monsters. 3 weeks to stalk through Shadowlands, gained dozens of pelts of Wookiee hunters. Was magnificent. So, somebody was asking if all Trandoshans hunt Wookiees.
The Wookiees are a noble people, not animals for you to kill.
Our prey of choice for us. Silverback Wookiee pelt earns many, many points. Beasts run in Shadowlands that live nowhere else. But I knew them all. One night, an enormous beast came to the camp and attacked. A beast I could not see.
I've heard that vicious Torrentitek hunt in the Kashyyyk Shadowlands.
These I know. This is something other. Spent many days as hunter and hunted, chasing through Shadowlands. With Scorekeeper's help, I learned creatures' movements, sound, spoor. Finally, I ambushed from above with blade. Beast fell, but battle took my eye, which at the moment isn't visible because I changed the cosmetic.
Why settle for being half-blind when there are substitutes available?
Not for me to heal. Injury was lessened from Scorekeeper. Hunter must have humility, respect prey. Thanks to Scar, I always remember. It's strange, Harold. I feel wrongness all around, everywhere. You do not feel?
There's no tremor in the Force that I can perceive.
Perhaps it's not of the Force. I take time to think. Please excuse. I thank for patience. Have thought on wrongness. I feel I have an answer. It's because of capture on Tython. I suffer shame over my loss of score. I must make special offer, purge all disgrace, and make amends to Scorekeeper.
What are you planning?
My father was great hunter, died with exceptional score hunting in the sands of Tatooine. I must find my father's bones, pay homage to him, and points. This will please Scorekeeper and end disgrace.
Tatooine's deserts are vast. There must be thousands of bones out there.
I know beginning place, and Scorekeeper will guide. I ask that you accompany. Okay. Coincidentally enough, guess where we're going next? Oh, wow. Probably not pancakes, but then again, who knows?
Jedi, the Council sees you've arrived on Tatooine. Good. We can't waste any time. Tatooine is a vast desert world where survival is often precarious. Master Eris Vasan, one of the Jedi's best cultural explorers, was there when he dropped out of contact with the Council.
Has he exhibited any symptoms of the plague?
No, but he was a member of the expedition to Malachor III, as were Master Yuan and the others. Cultures must perform a delicate balancing act to even survive on Tatooine. Master Eris came to Tatooine to study that balancing act. If this illness has claimed him, it would be a great loss to the Jedi Order and threaten the groups he was sent to study.
Any idea where I should begin my search?
Eris hired a guide to help him navigate Tatooine's treacherous deep desert and make contact with its residents. One of Master Eris's last reports was that his guide had developed the sand rot, an illness caused by prolonged repeated desert exposure. The guide's name is Rowan Delk, and he is currently recuperating at the Dreviat Outpost Medical Center. He's your best lead.
Consider it done.
Work quickly. Master Eris is vital to the Order, and if he has this plague, well, you, more than any of us, know what that means.
Cookies? I think it's cookies. Nope, it's madness. It's madness. So Evo asks, "Hey, Lore," and she punches me in the face. You can just dump them in the Discord DMs. I really don't mind, Evo. It's a good way to keep track of them and to have them for later in case I screw up. Cashel says, does the Star Wars galaxy have pancakes? Yes. Who invented them? So there was this great Dark Lord of the Sith. His name was Darth French. And he was like, you know, I've got all this powdered wheat, kind of in like this weird viscous material, and I'm tired of biscuits, you know? Maybe... I thought about it for a minute. Maybe... And then he was killed by a Jedi. And the Jedi was like, ooh, pancakes! And there you go. That's the story of it. I mean, I'm fond of crepes. Don't worry about it, Venters. They have been introduced to Star Wars as it should be. As all things should be.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
So Bamber asked a question earlier, and I keep kind of circling back to it. Bamber, are you there by chance? I actually don't know, Ickett. At all. Mr. Red also asked a question. I have to pick and choose a group of party members from KOTOR 1, KOTOR 2, and every class. So from KOTOR 2, I'm going to take Visas Mar. From KOTOR 1, I'm going to take Bastila. From... Scroll up a little bit here. Jedi Knight will take Kira. From Consular, I'm not sure yet. We'll circle back to that at some point. Probably Nadia, whatever. From Trooper, obviously we'll take Alara. She's awesome. She'll be keeping us all structured and together. From Smuggler, we'll go with Risha. From Sith Warrior, we'll go with Ved. That's an easy answer. From Sith Inquisitor, we'll go with Ashara. From Agent, we'll go with Ensign Temple. And from Bounty Hunter, we'll go with Blizz. Any questions?
Tyrants, damn tyrants, the lot of you. Treating a grown man like he's a baby. Like he can't take care of himself.
For a man who's supposed to be ill, he certainly is vociferous, which is to say, loud.
Lie down, Delk, and quit roaring. I swear a rancor with heartburn would make less noise than you.
I'll make as much noise as I want. Hey, Jedi! You a friend of Master Ares? Get Darth Nurse here off my back, will you?
She doesn't look Sith to me, but I did want to talk to you about Master Ares.
You two can talk, but don't let him fool you into letting him walk, Jedi. He's got the sand rot, and bad.
Man breathes in a little sand, and after 20 years guiding folks through the desert, he suddenly can't make decisions for himself. What's it you wanted to know about Master Ares?
It's important that I find Master Ares as soon as possible.
I'm listening.
Explain.
Plague? Begging your pardon, but I don't believe it. Sure, maybe some masters, but not Master Ares. He's the brightest, most level-headed guy I ever met.
These Jedi Masters are among the Order's best. That's what makes this plague so serious.
Look, you want to talk to him? You're welcome to it, but I'm telling you, he's just as sane as you or me. When I left him, he was in the desert with them annoying little Jawas. Really impressed him how they managed to survive out there.
I'll go talk to these Jawas, then.
They're friendly folk, the Jawas. Even if they don't understand the meaning of the words private property, if Master Ares isn't still with them, I'm sure they'll help you find him.
Yeah, it will not go away. It's just sitting there. I cannot get rid of it. It's just that we are now controlled by... Look at this! Tatooine controlled by Imperium. It's not even the Imperium, it's just Imperium. Did you know that Imperium... Oh, it did it! It faded. Ooh. We did it. We acknowledged that Imperium controlled Tatooine. Alright. Would the Council have expelled Anakin if they knew about the Sand People massacre? Probably not. But I have a feeling they wouldn't have given him the rank of Master. Yes, that's right. We have defeated the Imperium of Man. Oh my god. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, and all joking aside, I don't think the Jedi... They would sit around looking concerned, like, well, he definitely gave in to the dark side. But who gives a damn? Then they go back to their colossal interstellar war of death and doom. Oh, hi, Giga. Yeah, they keep being like... I called this the Holocron. Or excuse me, the Noeticon thing. But apparently what I should have called this is the Jedi Master story arc. Like, every now and then we just pop up, hey, have you heard of Zeiss? He's a Jedi Master. Let's explain how Jedi Mastery he is.
There must be a weakness.
Yeah.
That's quite enough.
Called the lightsaber pike. I mean, I don't think Sand People qualify as people, personally. Stranger destroyed Shaba War Droid. Stranger's Jedi. Why you come here? Make trouble? Other Jedi go to make trouble. Go away.
What can you tell me of this other Jedi?
Jawas call him War Maker. He told us to take apart Sandcrawlers, build war machines for taking back Anchorhead, fight Sand People. The War Maker leaves. Jawas now have war machines, but no Sandcrawlers. No Sandcrawlers means no trade. Jawas can't survive.
I must know where he went.
Jawas don't know. Jedi War Maker says Jawas survivors. Deserve to live in desert. Then War Maker leaves Jawas, worse off than before. No Sandcrawlers, and now you destroy war machines. War Maker left secret message for Desert Walker Friend. Jawas don't understand it, but maybe Desert Walker Friend does.
I think I know this Desert Walker.
Good, we can read message. But first, maybe you help Jedi or Jawas? Need Sandcrawlers to trade. Need trade to survive. We tried to take parts from other Sandcrawlers, but Genos and Bugmen stole them. If War Maker was here, he could take parts from Bugmen, but Jawas aren't strong enough. This is the most evil action we could have possibly taken.
Forget your Sandcrawlers. I need to find Master Ares.
Fine. Jawas have secret message. Humans called their own doing. Take message, leave Jawas. Jedi no friend of Jawas. Yep, that's the most evil choice we've taken this entire game. I actually felt bad about that one. What, Giga? I have to be as evil as possible. I have to... You don't understand. Alas. They have to all die. All of them.
Did I mention I'm a pacifist? Listen,
that line is horrifically torturing the Jawas. I walk up to a Jawa, and the Jawa's like, hi! And I kick it. Okay, no, I wouldn't do that. That would be so mean. But, I would say thank you to Zeiss for the sub. If you want me to put that towards something horrifically evil, then I can do that, Zeiss. But only if it's something horrifically evil. It's in the job description, okay? I've got to get, looks like 13 more evil things in within the next hour, or else I'm going to lose my license.
Oh there, Jedi. Would you look at this? They let me walk around the clinic. Soon they might let me cross the street by myself. Any luck finding Master Ares?
I didn't find him, but the Jawas said he made this for you.
What's this? A message from Master Ares? I know this encryption. Shouldn't take long to crack. There. Care to see what he has to say?
Rowan, you've realized by now that I've left those most resourceful of creatures, the Jawas, in pursuit of greater things. I came to Tatooine to discover the secret to life. Not its creation, but its ongoing survival. How do some species thrive while others fail? A great darkness is coming, Rowan, and to withstand it, we must know the answer to that question.
That phrase is familiar. Has Master Ares spoken of this darkness before?
Well, not to me, but there's more here. Maybe he explains it.
I believe that the Jawas, whose enduring civilization thrives in spite of Tatooine's harsh conditions, would answer that question.
Their technological prowess is quite the achievement, though their ability pales in comparison to my own. I wonder why he abandoned them.
But during my daily meditation beneath the pillars, I saw a vision on the cave wall that showed me the error of my assumptions. I now know the true original people of Tatooine, the warriors whose knowledge I will use to stem the coming darkness.
Every master afflicted with this illness has mentioned the coming darkness.
Aren't you Jedi always fighting the dark side, or whatever you call it? It seems perfectly sane to me. Master Ares used to take lights out to a cave near the rock pillars at night and meditate. Sounds like that's when he had his vision. Well, you're a Jedi. Maybe you could do the same thing.
Visions don't exactly work that way, but I should have a look at this meditation site.
You can use my old dragon flares as lights. The cave gets pretty dark. Just be careful out there. Rumor is the sand people are getting riled up. Don't let them catch you with your lightsaber sheathed.
Giga's timing on that was fantastic. Aren't you always fighting the dark side? The conk. Right in the background. Oh, and hi, Orcano. Sorry, I didn't notice the... I don't know, I have trouble reading chat in this game. I always have. I'm not sure why, really. Right, I remember this step. It's not terrible, Zeiss. The HUD is up to date. If you believe it. So who the hell is Asharad Het, Latario? Either way, they're not only not people, they're not even food. That's how pathetic and terrible whoever this person is.
Vehicle pads are currently open.
Oh, Darth Crate? Man, screw Darth Crate. Oh. Darth Crate needed to be stabbed in the face with a lightsaber pike. By me. Right now. There we go. Yeah, it's weird. So, okay, in the interest of honesty, that's actually a really good point. That is a really good point. We should give 3 negatives to story for Consular, and I'm not actually joking about that. 1 for each act. Yeah, we really should. I don't particularly want to, but it's justified, I think. You're probably thinking, but why? Because for some reason, Grand Nagus Zek is always just sitting right on my shoulder, ready to question me. I don't know. He won't leave me alone. He's just always here questioning me. Because Lightside Consular is extremely boring and extremely unmemorable. It is, the voice acting is worse. The character motivation is not there. It's extraordinarily bland.
Merely a scratch.
I've actually been getting snippets of memories as we've been going back through this. And yeah, trust me when I say, I'm glad we decided to go full dark side. It wasn't even my idea. I didn't remember. Probably Evo. Not sure off the top of my head, but probably. I mean, you're probably right, Ickett. An ideal Jedi is probably a character who is very boring. Doesn't make for a very interesting character, but it does make for an ideal Jedi. They saw me. I don't know how, but they saw me. No. It's plus to gameplay. Never having to help the Jedi. I mean, the Jawa. I mean, Vulcans quite literally have more emotion than Jedi. In some cases. I was gonna say, you're probably taking a bit longer than because of the aforementioned choice.
Now, just
okay, I've got giga power.
It's quite enough of that.
You know, you're absolutely right, Ikit. Dark Side Consular and arguably Jedi Knight is more interesting, and Light Side Inquisitor and Sith Warrior is arguably more interesting. There is, however, a distinction between the two. By memory, Dark Side Inquisitor and Dark Side Warrior works, whereas Light Side Knight and Light Side Consular does not. I think that ultimately is the distinction right there. Now, we'll see, because we'll be playing mostly Dark and fully Dark on both Warrior and Inquisitor to showcase it on camera. So, we will judge that as we get there. A Vulcan, you would say, was... there's no question there, Mr. Red. Don't worry, our main will forevermore be the Light Side Sith Warrior. I was actually looking at it. I have like 400 Dark Side points on my Sith Warrior. And like 3,000 Light Side points. Four species sharing harmony. Disaster, Tatooine turned to sand. One of the original four species dies out. The Jawas flee the shelters. The third and fourth brave the desert. The dialogue skips accidentally. Battle rages between the third and the fourth species. The Sand People and one you don't recognize. The Sand People are victorious. They then rule the desert as warrior kings.
Jedi! Did it work? Did you see Master Ares' vision?
There was no vision. Just a lousy wall carving.
A carving? Now, Master Ares never mentioned a carving on those walls. What did it show?
Let's see if I can explain this.
I'm listening.
Explain.
The Sand People are the oldest group on Tatooine? Doesn't say much for progress. Still, I bet none of them get the sand rot. I have a hard time believing Master Ares would do anything so cockeyed as working with the Sand People. At least the Jawas are good for droid repair.
He said it himself. He saw the vision on the wall and went to find the ultimate warriors.
Wait. What did you say the symptoms of this thing were? Delusions? Paranoia? What, violence? One group of Sand People has been unusually aggressive lately. Normally they stick pretty close to their camps. I'm not saying I think Master Ares is behind it, but maybe it's worth looking into.
So where would I find these Sand People?
There's a farming settlement out at Malcolm's Dunes that's been reporting a lot of Sand People activity. I'll meet you out there. I know some of those folks, and I can help your investigation.
I thought you weren't supposed to go out into the desert.
Says who? Bunch of doctors never set foot outside of Anchorhead in their lives? Besides, it'll do me good. Don't care if it kills me. I'm tired of being an invalid.
And it kills him. The end. Speaking as a voice director and voice actor, I was just cringing every time he coughs. Not because it's bad, but because the easiest way to do that is for the actor to actually cough. Which means that poor man's voice was not feeling great. Or his throat was not feeling great for the rest of that day. Looks like we want to go here. I think so. Alright, let's try this out. Let's see what happens here. In the same way that it's possible to make an interesting Vulcan or android, how would you go about making an interesting ideal Jedi, if at all possible? Well, the most obvious answer is to go ahead and write the characters around the Jedi. So the Jedi themselves isn't interesting in and of themselves. Yeah, exactly, psychotic. More to the point, it's more likely that the character is interesting because of what they represent. Make someone really, really detached. Someone so detached that they drift into horror. They drift into being terrifying and evil, effectively. You know what I mean? True detachment, like to an extreme extent, and, well, there we are. But yes, the supporting cast is the easy answer. And the correct one. I'll pause for a moment here. Oh, no, I'm not. Never mind. I was going to pause for a moment here. But now I'm just going to kill myself. Ugh. Interesting. There they are. That gun looks terrifying, Giga. I just want you to know that. Sounds good, though. Yeah, keep that under primary optional. Keep it simple. Honestly, a game like 14, by its structure, is going to primarily be under those categories, rather than moments. Yep, nope, that's exactly what I see every day.
Looks like some sort of massacre. Holiday, don't look!
No, I do like the gun.
Doc, we got broken vaporators, a pile of wounded, and our food stores are almost completely gone.
That lunatic said he was a Jedi and a friend of yours. We trusted him.
You better have a pretty good explanation for why this Master Ares keeps sending sand people out to attack us.
What's this about sand people and Master Ares? Explain yourself.
Another Jedi? Damn it, Delk. Why do you keep leading them here?
Listen here. We've already lost too much to that Master What's-His-Face and his army of sand people.
So why don't you just leave here, quiet-like, and don't cause any more trouble?
I will leave when I find Master Ares.
Why should we tell you a thing?
I'm sorry, Jedi, but our trust is a bit worse for the wear at this point.
Master Ares was nice enough when he came through asking to study the sand people.
But ever since we pointed him to their camp, you could set your chrono by their attacks. We got nothing left.
Either you tell me where to find Master Ares, or I become violent.
Hey now. Fine, no need for threats. I'll draw you a map. I'll warn you, though. Master Ares did something to these sand people. They're stronger, faster than any we've seen.
Well, I think I know where that is. I'll get some gear together and meet you out there. Maybe provide backup.
I can take care of myself.
Even so, I'd like to see Master Ares for myself. Still can't believe the Master Ares I worked with is the same guy who's causing so much trouble.
Well, he is pure evil now. And here's a terrible choice. You're doing like a horribly evil playthrough, but one of the options is be horrifically evil and pet a puppy, or abandon the dark side completely and stop being dark forevermore. Those are your options. What do you choose? Did I say pet? I meant kill. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. So you'd all kill the puppy. I knew it! You'd all kill the puppy. Yeah, I'm getting really behind in levels. Very quickly, despite having 2 experience buffs going.
That's quite enough of that.
So, Bamber, you asked me an interesting question. You said, would I unveto the Caves of Qud? Not because you think I'd enjoy it, but because in your opinion it's the best game of its genre of the traditional roguelikes. And you're probably one of the only people that actually know about. So I don't know if you know this, but the reason Caves of Qud, whatever, was on the veto list was actually by advice. I've never played it. But several of my friends have, and all of them said, no, don't waste your time with that. Do you mind clarifying why you think that it should be played?
That's quite enough of that.
That's a great idea, Giggle. Let me keep playing Tor off camera. I may have to. I'm not super happy about the concept. This is actually the least side-questy character we've played so far, though. Jedi Knight did Tython. Trooper and Smuggler did, well, Smuggler did everything. Except for Coruscant and Ord Mantell. Trooper did Ord Mantell and Coruscant. This character has done nothing except for class quests. How do you pet a puppy evilly? Oh, that's true. We also did flashpoints on Smuggler, I believe it was. I mean, Smuggler hit frickin' 80, so... My first 80. A Smuggler I will never play again.
Rowan, Jedi, you're about to witness it. After weeks of work, finally, an end to the darkness. These people, these marvelous, marvelous specimens have been tested, no, purified, in the crucible of Tatooine's harsh environs. They alone are the hope of the galaxy. Their strength, their society is the blueprint of our salvation.
These are savages, Master Erez, and they are murdering innocent people.
No, not savages at all. They are simple, but long after the Empire and the Republic are gone, these people will remain.
Technically true.
Their culture is built around strength. They cut the weak away like a societal cancer. Don't you see? It's the only way.
Lord Vivicar has his fangs in you. Deep.
How can I make you understand? They are the ultimate warriors purified by hardship. We must follow their example and cut away everything that would make us weak in the face of our adversaries. The frail, the diseased.
You're not thinking straight. Now, look, I'm sick, Erez. You gonna cast me out too?
I have no choice. We must fortify the Republic with its strongest members and send this army of light out against the darkness.
I'd have a better chance of winning an argument with a rock.
You fools! To oppose me is to reveal your own weakness. You will be cast out.
There must be a weakness.
I'm not sure, Blue Hero. But I think you might be right. I think he might actually be crazy.
No, wait. Before you strike the killing blow, listen to me. I hear Lord Vivica's voice. I've failed him, just as I failed my old friend Porcanus when he died.
Why does everyone mention Porcanus?
I don't know, but I keep thinking about our first mission. Our ill-fated mission to Malachor III. We were all weak. We all came under the thrall of the dark side. We did things we regretted, but Porcanus was our strength. As we tried to escape, I fell behind, and he ran back to save me. He became trapped. We had to leave him. It was my weakness that killed him.
Porcanus is one with the Force now.
Yes, I know the teaching. But still, it is why I have thrown myself into this project. Think about it. The Jedi Order spends so much time protecting the helpless and caring for the sick when we could be fighting the Empire. You must kill me. I was weak on Malachor III, and I'm weak now. But you must take my findings before the council.
Wait, what?
Promise me that.
What?
No, wait.
Why does everyone...
I don't... As we tried...
Getting
you...
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
The council will never hear your poisonous ideas.
Make it sure.
Well, good riddance to him. I hate to say it, but he had me fooled. Better that you killed him than spread his sick ideas.
The fool was getting on my nerves.
Well, I guess that's a reason, too. Well, all that exertion's up. Rot's acting up. Best get back to the clinic and take my berating from Darth Nurse. Good working with you, Jedi.
Yeah, you too. Go stop dying. Fortunately, I gotta go find someone's bones. Be right back. Bamber never answered me. Bamber is truly evil! Do I think Duncan would have lived if he'd spared Logain at the Landsmeet? Oh, if... sorry, I read that wrong. Do I think if Duncan had lived, would he have spared Logain? Yes, he's too pragmatic to not, I think. Oh my freaking god! 5 feet. Couldn't make it. 5 feet. We're only on Tatooine, for God's sakes.
That's quite enough of that.
I intend to play the expansions. Oh, take a drink. I know. I'm super underleveled. Hey. Okay. Anyone know the name of the level boost that you can buy? Let's put that under characters. $20. It's on sale right now. Quite the contrary. I think that might actually be the best move I can make. The question is, do I want to spend $20? Or do I want to spend $80? Because that's the question there.
Farewell.
Father's bones. Scorekeeper, I am a soft thing compared to father, but I honor prey and score and hunt as he honored. Please forgive.
Not even the scorekeeper could resist.
I feel lightness, shame swallowing off. Yes, this is right to do. I had forgotten. I am older than father was at death. Many changes coming for me. We'll continue later. Someone comes. What do you do here? Leave. You spoil everything.
Kaizen and I have come to honor his father's remains. May we have some privacy?
No. Go where the whole hunt is around. I am a person. I am the finest hunter on Tatooine. I seek the creature that wanders near. We must have moved into territory since Father killed other beasts. Farmers say it kills bantha herds, called the Dusk Shadow. It's claimed by many hunters, but I will kill.
Self-confidence isn't bad, but overconfidence will get you killed.
I laid scent trail to lure Dusk Shadow. Dug trap fallen sand, filled with explosives. Perfect plan. Even Dusk Shadow will not survive, but you disrupt scent trail by ending here. Explosives, that is not hunt. Hunter trusts to weapons and strength. You realize explosives are a weapon, you frickin' moron, right?
If this kills the Dusk Shadow safely, I see nothing wrong with it.
No points for tricks and dishonor. He is killed for no reason. No, it's too late, it's all ruined. I sent Dusk Shadow. Run! And of course it's a Terran Takatika too. Because of course it is. See, Father, we stand against Dusk Shadow and survive. Is signed from Scorekeeper. Little one did not understand why explosives and tricks when there is skill. And Scorekeeper rewards keeping to true path. Father's bones will stay, in deserts he loved. We return to ship, Herald. Our hunt is continuing. Yeah, shut up, you moron. I know what you're thinking. Oh, but Lord, you're just being harsh to him. This person, let's put this into proper terminology here for just a second. This person butchered and massacred Wookiees because of religious conviction. Like, that's his justification, is the fact that his religion says it's cool to do that. So no, I don't particularly like Kaizen that much, or most Trandoshans. Probably because they're evil. Yeah, the Master's Datacron appears to not skip, so that appears to be the correct thing that I actually want.
How is the search for Master Erez? It is imperative that you find him and sever their connection to Lord Vivicar.
Master Erez's reason was broken. I had to kill him.
I'm truly sorry to hear that.
It's the only way.
Master Erez was a credit to the Jedi Order. Before he died, were you able to learn anything more about this Plague Master, Lord Vivicar?
Master Erez seemed to think that Vivicar was why he kept remembering Malachor III and his friend Parcanis.
A connection between the events on Malachor III and our current circumstances is clearly forming. The Council will continue its own investigation into the matter. Meanwhile, hurry to Alderaan. So long as Lord Vivicar has control of even one master, he will grow in power.
As you say.
Good. Do not delay. Every wasted moment works in Lord Vivicar's favor.
Checking now to make sure they're actually dual sabers.
Ah, excellent. We have a mystery. A package was hand-delivered to the ship. No name, aside from mine. No return address. The package contained a letter on flimsiplast, sealed inside a glass capsule. Nothing else.
So it wasn't a bomb.
Maybe the letter has some answers.
The capsule has a marvelously puzzling lock. I've never seen such craftsmanship. Once I get it open and read the letter, hopefully I can assuage my curiosity.
This is so exciting! I wonder who it's from.
Theron's technological work is famous. Perhaps someone's trying to get his attention.
I'll get to work on this lock. If you're right, we'll know soon enough. This is absolutely intolerable. I finally get that blasted capsule's lock open, and the letter inside? Pure gibberish.
Jedi, you can make this all better, can't you?
Listen to this. AH3 20SH4. And that's just one line.
The message is probably encrypted.
Yes, that's occurred to me too. But all our deciphering attempts have failed. AH3 3. Ah. This isn't a message, it's a chemical formula. And the letter itself smells strange. I thought it was the capsule, but what if applying the chemical to the letter had some effect?
Don't get carried away. We still don't know who it's from or what they want.
What harm could one little letter do?
Really?
Let me make that chemical. I can do it in a snap, and I simply have to know what's on that letter. I'll get started right away.
At last, an answer. However do you do it? Your very presence sparks my inspiration.
Do you say that to every woman who's nearby when you get an idea?
Now I've offended you. Let me make amends. Some time to ourselves, in private, could smooth over this little misunderstanding.
There's already a woman in your life, Theron.
What Holiday and I have is complex. It has its pleasures, but there are simpler pleasures. No less valuable, but unconnected, so there's no need for concern.
Even so, I don't want to risk hurting Holiday. I'm sorry.
Then we were not to be? Please excuse me.
Do you notice how the game, like, maneuvered me into being totally into him? And only saying no because of Holiday? Did you catch that? Because I caught that. Like, at the last point there, all three options were, I'm into you. And, I mean, it was, I'm into you, but, I'm into you, yes, or, I'm into you, screw her. And that was it. So I just double-checked. It would be $60. Oh, in order to go ahead and have the level boosts. I'm tempted. It is a business expense. And EA, they're struggling, you know? They've got poor, starving investors, who just don't have enough money to eat. For only $60 a minute, you too could feed these poor investors and get the gas they desperately need into their giant mega yachts, which actually have another detachable yacht inside of them. Please, donate now. I'm probably going to spend the $60. Like, we're already falling behind. And that's only going to get worse when we get to the planets that actually
Jedi,
suck.
The Council is pleased to see you've arrived on Alderaan. Until recently, Alderaan was a part of the Republic. Today, it's on the brink of collapse. Shortly after seceding, both the Queen and the heir to the Alderaanian throne were assassinated. A usurper, Boris Ulgos, stepped into power, setting off a civil war.
I mean, what's the alternative exactly, Mr. Red?
Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me who I'm supposed to find.
Master Sidoni Garen, one of the Jedi Order's finest strategists and diplomats, dropped out of contact briefly while on Alderaan. She's made contact since, but was evasive about her silence. Master Sidoni is brokering a peace on Alderaan. If she is suffering from the plague, it could jeopardize the entire peace process.
Why must I always be the one to fix these things?
You are the only one with the ability to shield the Plague Master's victims.
Which I've been doing so much of.
He was working with the head of House Organa's diplomatic corps, Hala Morgana. Find Master Sidoni and make sure she is well, that the peace process is not in jeopardy.
Three, actually, is ice. But yes. I know, right, Schmeddle? I just keep killing these people, and they're just like, yeah, oh, we've left Tannerus. You're the only one who could save these people. And save them I have. No, I'm gonna commit. Let's do it right now. Let's see what happens, okay? Let's see what happens. So, let's do this. Oh my god, no! I don't need that many. God, I hate microtransactions so goddamn much. What was it called again? Master something? There it is. I know. The thing that popped up was, would you like to buy 150,000 cartel coins for even cheaper per coin? To which I said, no. Wait, that may work. Okay, hang on. So that's... Car's level 70, and this pushes me to 70. So let's try that again. $100. It asked me to spend $100, which is still not happening. No mission progress will be advanced. Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Yes. Power! And now I have purchased... something, an accomplishment. I forget what that stupid phrase is. I'm now level 24. There it goes. Yeah, like 5,000. And sorry, I meant 15K, I think. I don't know, I didn't really look at it that closely, I'm gonna be completely honest. I saw $100 for no goddamn reason and just said, nope. To be 100% clear, the boost I just purchased was actually $40. You'll notice I have enough for a couple more boosts on me. There you go, I'll prove it. There, see? I have enough for a couple more. That's the whole point. I need it for more of these. And you're probably thinking, but lore! And honestly, the problem is, this was a bite the bullet kind of a situation. Honestly, this is just, we know what Corellia is like. We know what Voss is like. We know what Belsavis is like. We know how bad this is when I literally have to rely on my party members to carry me, because I literally cannot do damage to the enemies at the level that I'm at. We've actually already encountered that twice. And the plan is to do this super low level thing for at least 3 more characters after this. And, as Psychotic points out, anything you buy is going to have a bit of a delay baked in. Ironically, I will actually have to buy 2 more of these, or 3 more of these, excuse me. Fine, why do I have to do this here? So when you get these items, they are bound to you for a period of time, Giga. So you have to wait a few days. If you're wondering what we're on about. Here on, there we go. Honestly, probably yes, J. Palmer. I don't really need to judge the leveling curve. In fact, technically, I just did. I don't have any additional positives or negatives to give that. We've already done that. That's already baked into the review. No new information has changed, unfortunately. So it's just, you know what? Just gonna do it. That's why, I don't know if you saw, while I was leaving the port there in Alderaan, I just paused for a moment. Because I realized there was no reason to delay it anymore. I realized the decision was already made. So, you know what? Done. That's it. We're done. I'm curious what we look like. How do I un-outfit? Undo the outfitter. I'm just curious what I'm wearing right now. Eh. I appreciate you, Giga. I do. What the hell's English? Oh, all right.
Welcome, Jedi.
It's a breakfast and a tea.
Head of House Organa's diplomatic corps. And this is my younger, more handsome brother, Lou.
Please, Harlem. You do yourself an injustice. Your age gives you a stately difference.
If I wasn't wearing my extra years around my waist, I might agree. Now, Jedi, how can I help you?
That's true, Bamber. It's a lot of things, really.
I was sent to help Master Sidoni Garan with the peace process.
Ah, yes. Master Sidoni. Truly remarkable woman. Well, you just missed her. She's at the Peace Summit. A peace summit on Alderaan. Imagine that. But I'll call her. The location of the summit is a secret for obvious reasons. But I'm sure she'd welcome your assistance.
Helm Organa. I'm sorry, but I'm very busy right now. The summit is just getting underway.
Master Sidoni, you may not be well. I'm here to help.
You're Master Yuan's student, aren't you? It's wonderful the Council sent you to assist me, but this is a very delicate process with no place for a Padawan.
I said you may not be well. If so, you need help, Master Sidoni.
I've been a master for many years, Jedi. I have things under control. Only official representatives of the houses may attend the summit. What would the other houses think if another Jedi from House Organa showed up? And I don't have time to debate. If you'll excuse me.
Master Sidoni, I'm sorry, Jedi. That's really not like her.
All the more reason why I need to get into that summit.
Yes, well, Master Sidoni said that only representatives can go. Unfortunately, Organa's representative is already there.
How? House Terral. You know, with the beautiful daughter. Couldn't our Jedi friend represent them?
Huh! My brother is a genius. House Tyrol is desperate for a representative, but the usurper Ulgo destroyed their hopes. If you could help them defend themselves against their enemies and return them to glory, I'm sure they'd make you their delegate.
Hopefully House Tyrol can find use for me.
I'm sure they will. They are in dire straits.
You'll find Lord Tyrol in his house's last holdings, an enclave near Ulgo lands and Killik nests. I will let them know you're coming.
And beware the Killiks. Those insect men have terrible tempers.
Not super worried about it. Though, first. Ah, there it is. That's what we actually have equipped right now. Not too bad. But my outfit is, of course, much better. We are currently Dark 1. We're about 950 in. I need more dark side. I need to just go run a Celis over and over. That's what this is. I'm not going to do that. But anyways, I already put the gear on. Psychotic. So yeah, I've got this 230 gear pretty much across the board. Yeah, I'm curious what we're going to look like too. But I do need more dark side points. We just need to keep doing dark side options. No matter the cost. No matter how many puppies will go unpetted. I am curious if I'm going to notice any difference in the fact that I am going from being underleveled to being overleveled. We'll find out in a minute. Anyways. Yes! Jay Palmer. Absolutely. Unquestionably. Canonically, do I think Mitra was a Guardian, Sentinel, or Consular? I feel like Guardian. I feel like... So, the way I've always pictured it is Revan was the brains, but the Exile was the death. You know what I mean? Like, the general who fought on the front lines. You know, that's just how I've always kind of taken that. Rotario says, after Tor, when do you see yourself doing the Dragon Age block? I don't know. How funded is it right now? Let's figure out my buttons here. Oh, that's just... okay. God, I have buttons everywhere all of a sudden. Where am I going? This way. God damn it. Trying to pay attention to my abilities and apparently going completely the wrong way around this stupid building. Well, then you're Darth Zash, Shiny Toki. Okay, so there's Execute. There's a bunch of enemies. There's our buttons. Oh, the goal is to kill. Okay. Oh, piss off, Kaizen. Why are you in my party? there. The Howling Fjord from World of Warcraft, Eva. I've actually been playing almost nothing but WoW music the last several planets and classes, because WoW music fits Tor weirdly well, and I've just decided to roll with it. Alright, give me a second here. Just reading my talents. Wish I could increase that font size a little bit. Shut up, Kaizen. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Can't believe it. I thought Olgos was doomed, but we're dead. But we're cool. We're cool? Cool. Okay.
Have you been hurt?
I'm cool. But the enemy? They're not cool. I think the real cool is about to cool.
I will destroy them all.
Cool. Lotario says, I'm guessing since House Organa is still around to rise the Empire, it means they won against the Thule. Yeah, not necessarily. They could have been completely wiped out down to the last man, woman, and child. And a few hundred or 1,000 years later, someone could be like, hey, you know what? I'm from House Organa. The vaunted fallen house of centuries ago. And I have risen to prominence, and by virtue of being a member of House Organa, I have the right to the throne. And that's actually happened in real life many times, so yeah, no, I could see that happening. Are the Killiks around at the time of Alderaan's destruction? I actually don't know. Cool! Yep. Very cool. Listen, Evo, I have this document that proves that I'm a member of the royal family.
Are you Lord Terrell? I'm here to become your delegate to the Peace Summit.
Jedi, yes. Organa told me you'd be coming, but, well, this is... well, it's complicated. The whole house needs to approve a new delegate, and, well, they say they won't approve a stranger.
That's because you're cloaked.
Yes, of course, but House Terral has fallen so hard. We don't even have the strength to hope. It will take more than my word to convince them.
From now until the summit's end, I will live, sleep, eat, and breathe House Terrell's interests.
Really? Well, all right then. After our original delegate was murdered and Ulgo drove us back into this hole, I'd almost given up hope myself.
Just tell the Jedi our plan, Father.
Right. House Terral's current position is precarious. Our enemy, House Ulgo, seeks our destruction. Their army is at our gate. House Terral needs a strong ally if we are to survive. We need House Organa.
What would be involved?
We proposed a marriage alliance to House Organa. My daughter Fasha would marry Lou Organa.
But House Terral is weak, and powers within Organa. Fear we'd drag them down with us.
We need to prove to Organa that House Terral can defend itself against its enemies.
I will destroy them all.
Jedi, it's your diplomatic skills that we need right now.
But I don't have any!
House Ulgo's forces are at our gates, threatening to drive us
For example,
out of our last holding.
your helmets look extremely stupid.
Master Vox is a mercenary
I
with
mean, even if your cloak wasn't going through your chest, I wouldn't be able to take you seriously.
Turn him. We can break the siege.
This approach seems overly complicated. Can I use my lightsaber instead?
Killing him would break the siege, but my hope is that Aster Vox can help House Terral build up its armies. If he won't be bought, by all means kill him. But if you can bring him to our side, House Terral's security will be the better for it.
I'll see what I can do.
We have no time to waste. I will contact House Organa the moment I hear that the siege is broken.
How dare you, Krenzler! I'll murder everyone and everything except puppies. Well, okay, I'll totally murder puppies, but no kittens. Kittens must go unmurdered. It's a rule. Which, oh god, Jawas are kittens. No! What have I done? I regret everything. Oh, god damn it, it's the same pack. Anyway, so Venture's asked a good question. It seems the Torah story on the Republic side is mainly trash. There's been moments, but it's a really big net negative. So, do I think the Imperial side will at least balance it out? So I'm not a gambling man. And the answer is quite literally, I don't know. I'm actually, honestly worried that the Imperial side won't balance this out, narratively speaking. It'll still be crap gameplay-wise, that's just Tor. But I'm really scared that my fond memories of the Imperial side are not as... that it's not as good as I remember, basically.
I've come representing House Terral. They want you to give up this siege and join them.
Well, isn't this a surprise? The Jedi have decided to involve themselves in Alderaanian politics. You must be pretty sure of yourself to walk into a room of highly trained commandos.
Yeah.
You should know that I don't do business with just anyone.
My word is good, as is House Terral's.
I'm sure it is, but that's not my concern. The battlefield is the only true test of a person's worth. War, bloodshed, these are the fires and forges of greatness. I only negotiate with my equals. Besides, my men are itching for sport. Best a pack of my warhounds, and we'll talk.
I mean, I do need those dark side points. Like, I need to go full dark side, and there's not a lot of places to farm dark side in this game, other than literally to farm it. So...
I don't have time to waste.
I do love that weapon, though. See, that's why I killed him. He was clearly an idiot. It wasn't just my horrific bloodlust.
Jedi, thank goodness I've reached you. There's good news and bad news. The good news is everyone's heard how you killed Aster Vox and broke the siege, including Organa. They've agreed to the marriage alliance. Now the bad news. Lou Organa has been kidnapped.
Then we have to get him back.
Exactly. The kidnappers were from Ulgo's ally, House Rist, Alderaan's most deadly assassins. An Organa-Terral alliance would be disastrous to Ulgo. They must have ordered Rist to kidnap Lou Organa to stop the alliance.
I'll rescue Lou Organa. I promise.
Be careful, but hurry. We need to beat the Organa attack, or everything falls apart.
Again, I was legitimately tempted. In fact, probably if I was role-playing this, I would probably have gone ahead and gone with his deal. But the problem is, I need those dark side points. And I don't have time to not kill people. Sorry. It's not personal. I just need to have as much dark side energy flowing through me as possible. If that means I gotta murder kittens,
They're currently open for business.
then those kittens will get scritches. But then, murder death. After their scritch, I want to give them one last positive memory, you know? Before murder death. Correct, we will continue to play this character into the expansions for any Republic stuff we do, which I have written down somewhere. I forget the exact specifics right now, but it's something. Why dark side for Consular? I don't even understand that question. It's the most logical class to actually go dark side with on the Republic side. Jedi Knight is just whiny. Smuggler is just a gangster. Troopers just miss war crimes. But Consular? Also, and I've already commented on this, Ventures, I know you haven't heard me say this, the Consular dark side has better dialogue and better voice acting than the light side. That's not hyperbole. That's just how it is. Nope, I'm going the right way. I'm going the right way. That's right. You want me to do a fetch crest? No problem. Ah! Fetch quest completed. My arm! Would you like me to fetch your arm for you? Well, that's because the light side is actually written well on the Imperial side. Ironically, so is the dark side. I feel like I'm repeating myself. I know you weren't here for Adventures. It's just, we just talked about this like an hour ago. I will say Consular so far is the most positive Republic class I've played thus far. Speaking of which, let's update the HUD a little bit. What? Oh, god damn it. Theoretically, yes, J. Palmer, but here's the deal. The way the Force works isn't defined in Star Wars. It's one of the biggest reasons why I keep saying over and over and over again that the very first step for doing the rewrite will be defining the Force. Things like how exactly telekinesis interacts with pieces of a person is part of that. Now, I will tell you this. One of the things that we're considering, I'm considering, is the Star Wars pen and paper game. So the way it worked in the Star Wars pen and paper game is if you tried to inflict the Force on anything that has a will, that would include the objects owned by that will, so like equipment or gear or weapon or whatever, then they get an opposed will save. They can resist the Force. So the same thing would apply if you try to rip someone's heart out, right? It would still be a part of them, they would still get that will save and the chance to resist the actual force attack. However, hypothetically, under such a circumstance, if they fail to resist it, well, then their heart is just going to be ripped right out of their ribcage, and that's going to suck. Like, do you know how hard it is to clean these robes? Honestly, I don't even bother these days. I just have a bunch of pairs of these robes lying around ready to go. Oh, not that bad, Triexia. As we discussed previously, even Jedi Knight, the worst story arc so far, is not as bad as the Sister of Takuvma. Mathematically, we actually lined that up. And I stand by that. Well, there'd be certainly something casual about it, yes. My Consular is definitely someone who doesn't really feel bad about killing people, so... It's like, oh god, no, please! No reaction. Yep, nope, she definitely feels bad. Wink. Ah, there he is. See? Lord Harriman understands. There's no reason to feel bad. They're just one with the Force now.
Jedi! Oh, thank goodness. I thought they were going to kill me. House Tyrrell sent you, didn't they? They called about an alliance. I was riding to meet them and... Well, thank goodness you're here.
Do you know what reason Rist had for kidnapping you?
No idea. Maybe something to do with the alliance? I was going to meet with House Tyrrell to discuss the marriage alliance, when these assassins swooped in and knocked me off my Thranta. I woke up here. But were they trying to prevent the alliance? Who would want to do that?
Ulgo has the most to lose if House Tyrrell becomes powerful again.
Well, yes, but that's what's strange. They never mentioned Ulgo. As I lost consciousness, they were talking about Master Sidoni. But how could she be involved? It has to be a frame job. It must be.
Stop making excuses for Master Sidoni.
I'm not making excuses. Ugh. I'm sorry. My head, I still get these pains from the fall. I can't leave here until I know if Master Sidoni was involved. The kidnappers used to go into the other room to contact their employer. I'm sure we'll find a comm device there. We just need to see who they've been calling.
So, actually, I've been noticing Orcano, and I'm rather impressed with your overall aesthetic sense. Except for a couple of exceptions. Wasn't a fan of the bikini outfit. Oh, excuse me. Other outfits, though? Absolutely. And consequently, thank you, Caspian. I'm actually really happy with how we look. I cannot be the only person who really enjoys it when they look super cool or awesome or whatever in the cutscenes. So this is pretty much what our Consular is going to look like right here, henceforth. And of course we're going to put Vet in a bikini, obviously, and then flirt with her constantly while shocking her with the shock collar.
I told you, I can't. Oh, Jedi, I appreciate your desire to help, and I will be sure to praise your zeal to Master Yuan. But I am extremely busy right now. I can't afford interruptions.
Did you really think you'd get away with hiring House Rist to kidnap Blue Organa?
I would be careful about making such outrageous accusations against a Jedi Master. Now, if you'll excuse me, Jedi, I have very important work to do.
Wait, Master Sidoni! I don't understand. What was her frequency doing here?
In answer to your question, Mr. Ed, yes, you absolutely can do that. There is a caveat. You actually get something like 20 chances to just shock Vet for no reason, just to be mean. However, you'll run into a feedback loop at a certain point where if you want to progress her personal story, you have to take the collar off, and then you can't shock her anymore. However, if you are full evil and romance her, she brings the shock collar back into the dynamic.
How much more proof do you need? That's why I need to get to the summit.
But if that's true, then the summit, delegates from all of Alderaan's houses, she could be planning something terrible. Please, I need to get out of this place. My head is killing me, and I keep looking over my shoulder expecting more assassins. I'll see that the Organa-Taral alliance is finalized, and that you get to the summit.
Yeah, by the way, I'm just going to spoil this for you right now. Even though we will be playing a fully evil, fully dark side, cacklingly, stupidly evil Sith warrior, we're going to take the collar off her the very first dialogue it comes up. Which is also the first dialogue when we talk to her. I'm not doing that to Vet. And not just because she's mission. Sorry. I mean, it's not my fault that all my companions so far suck, Drahexia. What do you want from me? God damn it. I don't like Theron. I don't know if I'd say he's that bad, but I don't like him. Sorry, speaking of which.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
I like Holiday. Speaking of which. Theron is better than Doc. I absolutely agree on that. That's not exactly a lot of praise, but it is still true. Mar is probably the best character ever made in the history of all of fiction. Okay, I'm exaggerating slightly, but the point is, Mar is legit. I like the tail on these things. Corso versus Doc versus Theron. Well, Theron's the best. And then, honestly, I think I'm going to go with Doc next. Because Doc and Corso are both basically as bad as each other. Except Corso manages to be a little bit creepier if you're a woman. And Doc actually gives enough of a damn to do something to try and help people. Honestly, my problem with Kaizen is twofold. First, he literally worships the ground we walk on. Literally, literally. He actually thinks that we are a freaking representative of his god. That's not a joke. The second problem I have with Kaizen is he is a typical Trandoshan. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of an issue with people who murder sentient species because it gets them religious points. Again, literally. So, you know, it's hard for me to like Kaizen. Favorite fictional character of all time? Me. Any questions? Like, it's the Cisco what the hell? It's the problem with Cisco, right? Oh, you're the emissary. Who are you people?
Welcome back, Jedi. I owe you thanks. We haven't stood this proud since our house was young and building its first alliance with House Pantir. Thank you, Jedi.
The Jedi way is to serve.
You have our gratitude. Lou Organa and my daughter Fasha are getting acquainted as we speak. I spoke with the rest of House Tyral, and the decision was unanimous. You are our new delegate. Congratulations.
Now I need to get to the summit and find Master Sidoni.
I have the packet the last delegate was supposed to use, but I don't understand its contents. Some coordinates and a data spike. It appears that you need to go to those coordinates and do something with the data spike?
We'll soon find out, won't we?
Just one moment, Jedi, if I may. We would like to ask one last thing. There will never be peace for House Tyral as long as House Ulgo exists. If you're able to use your influence as a Jedi to convince the Summit to strip House Ulgo, ensure they never hold a title again, we'd show our gratitude.
I don't want to do anything that will destabilize the peace.
Please, Jedi.
That's not what I selected. I selected, I will think about it, not absolutely not.
I hope you find Master Sidoni well, and that all goes smoothly.
And yeah, I'd probably go with Trandoshans on that one. Now, Dr. Winter says, the assassins from Assassin's Creed murder people for fake points because of a religion that tells them to do so. To which I just look at you, Dr. Winter, with a really weird look. Hang on, let me try to... No, I don't agree at all. Is it fair to say that Trandoshans are on a crusade against the Wookiees? Again, no, it's actually kind of worse than that, actually. The Trandoshans don't care about the Wookiees in particular. The Wookiees are just difficult to kill. That's all they care about. There's no scorekeeper. There's no points. They're killing people for no reason. Yeah, granted, if there was a reason, that wouldn't really make it all that much better. But it does actually make it worse that they're just like, oh, you know what? I caught a Wookiee this big, because that's Trandoshans in a nutshell. Statues made of donuts. Sorry. No, I agree. Even if the scorekeeper existed, it would still be bad. And yes, the Hirogen and the Trandoshans have some similarities, but not that many. At the very least, the Hirogen aren't literally religious zealots. Now, before I go any further, I do want to say that it's not like I'm completely on the side of the Assassin Brotherhood, because the Assassins are a bunch of morons. But I do think there's a difference between a bunch of morons and an actively malevolent force that murders sentient beings because their god told them to. Except they didn't. There is no such thing. There is no scorekeeper. But again, whatever. Cartoon Network has been canceled. Just for you, Trihexia. Done. Game? Game! Oh, God. There we go. I actually already answered you on that, Zactap, the last time you asked that exact same question. There's no legal precedence in most settings for mind control. So what's going to probably happen is that it'll be listed as a mitigator to diminish her sentence, but she'll still probably be tried for all the crimes that she committed at that point in time. And then probably may be made to suffer for it because people want vengeance for what she did. I actually agree with that, Evo, and to be completely honest with you, I thought Kaizen was one of those. I was wrong. Speaking of which, why do you like Kaizen, Latario? I meant to ask you that. We have orders not to let anybody into the summit.
If I can't go past you, I'll have to go through you.
We have our orders. No one can threaten the peace. Alright. You heard him. Peace! Peace! I'm holding like the glowing orb in my head. Peace! God dang.
So here it is, laid bare before you. The irrefutable evidence. House Ald has been conspiring against House Organa for years, preying on their good trust.
Why are you making a meeting here?
Is the reason the Pantier heir was assassinated.
You don't even have a ceiling.
And House Ulgo is merely a puppet of House Rist.
Lies! All lies!
There are holographic recordings, documents. You can't argue with hard evidence.
We trusted you. How dare you? You will meet our armies on the field of battle.
Master Sidoni, what have you done?
You wouldn't understand. I do this for the good of the galaxy.
On behalf of the Jedi Council, I order you to speak the truth to these people.
The Jedi Council doesn't live as I do, immersed in strategy, in variables, and outcomes. I have calculated the future, and for the galaxy to have peace, there must be war on Alderaan. I will not be shaken from this course.
The time for discourse is over.
It doesn't matter. My work will live on.
Interesting cutscene.
No, I won't fail. Not again. I'm so sorry, Parkanis. I failed you. I tried to keep the darkness from coming, but I failed.
You're not the first person to mention Parkanis.
It's my fault Parkanis died. Malachor III. I miscalculated. He had to be left behind. He died because of me. Vivicar! My head! Please, I can't block out his voice any longer. You must kill me to silence him.
I thought you'd never ask.
We're just getting into it at this point, aren't we?
Don't get weepy, Organa. She almost had us eating each other for dinner. I think I can safely speak for all present when I say that the Summit applauds your efforts.
Indeed. But I have to say, Jedi, I'm at a loss as to how to proceed from here.
Well, I am farming dark side points, and I did give my word.
House Ulgo is the true root of all of Alderaan's problems. I move that they lose their land and titles and go into exile.
What? This is an outrage. House Ulgo are kings by right. You are usurpers! Murderers!
Order! Order! There has been a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No! We won't stand for this. You will have to take our lands by force.
The Summit has spoken. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you again, Jedi.
It's okay. If it makes you feel any better, to my knowledge, there's no way to prevent war from being here. I did tell him I would help him out, and House Ulgo really has actually been causing a lot of issues lately. Even though Thule is the one backed by the Imperials. Ulgo, we kind of talked about this a bit doing the Planetary Primary and the bonus series. So, you know. Anyways. Whoop. If the Scorpion was real, can we consider gods as Force entities? Oh god, I hope not. That's just awful. That's all I'm gonna say on that. No thank you. Can we not? Alright, who's gonna ambush me on my bay here? Oh, it's my helicopter.
Jedi, I heard that a motion passed to strip Ulgo of all his lands and titles once the war's ended, and it's all thanks to you.
I worry that I prevented one war only to stir up another.
Any peace on Alderaan will be far more secure with Ulgo exiled. With Organa as an ally and Ulgo soon to be no more, House Terral may soon return to glory indeed. As promised, with the authority I possess, I proclaim you a Lord of Alderaan, and award you these credits for your service to House Terral.
I am quite honored.
The pleasure is all mine, Jedi. You've done House Terral an invaluable service. I hope you will come visit us again.
So let's say an innocent woman gets possessed by an alternate reality version of herself, and while possessed, kills a bunch of people like Mr. Fantastic and the Scream guy I can't think of, and even Professor X. There are videotapes of this happening. Everyone knows who about the possession are dead or unavailable. What do you think happens after the possession ends? Well, in a story that's actually written worth a damn, what probably should have happened is a whole lot of really horrible stuff, especially since they already know about the multiverse and have an entire division dedicated towards dealing with, superhero level things. By the way, I hated that damn movie. So, yeah, no, her life should get extremely complicated very quickly.
Hala Morgana told me what happened at the summit. I'm sorry that Master Sidoni is dead.
Like, what I was actually expecting to happen was, you remember the last time when she goes over? And she wakes up, like she's lounging in the couch or whatever, just hanging out with her family. I figured it would warp back to her being in jail, being visited by her sons, rather than anything else. And then, the evil one is like, and breaks her out or whatever. And they were going to go down that route. But no, she's just fine. She's just chilling at their house. Everyone's fine. Nobody cares. God, that freaking movie.
She was inciting a war. She drew her lightsaber and wouldn't back down.
Then you did what you thought was necessary to maintain peace on Alderaan.
Yes, I'm a big proponent of peace.
It had ended differently, but I'm sure you did what you felt was right. Alam also reports that while you were unable to prevent a war, you stopped Sidoni before the damage became irreparable. Commendable work, Jedi.
I relied on the teachings of the Jedi.
A mark of a true Jedi, being able to trust in the Force in all circumstances.
That's me, a true Jedi.
Did you learn anything new about the Plague Master, Lord Vivicar?
She told me he was in her head, influencing her actions.
I see. Master Sidoni was the last of the Lost Masters, and yet Vivicar still eludes us. Return to us here on Tython immediately, and we will discuss what you have learned. Lord Vivicar cannot remain hidden forever.
Oh my god, Giga, are you okay? She was killed by how terrible that movie was. Oh, right, that makes sense. Right, I keep checking to see if any of this gear is an upgrade. I keep forgetting I'm level 70 with level 70 gear. That's gonna be a huge headache to just deal with. I'm going to murder you, Ross. I just want you to know that. I'm playing my most evil character. Like, in all honesty, I think our Sith Consular will end up being more evil than our Sith Warrior. Because even though I'm going to go full dark with the Sith Warrior, he's like a big thuggish brute when he goes full dark. He's just like, puppies. The Consular is insidious. Yes, Master, I did everything in my power to help her. There was no salvaging her. Rewind time a little bit. I'm looking forward to murdering you. We'll probably be at least a little evil Inquisitor, excuse me. We'll see. Pun definitely intended. But we're not hurting Vet. Vet's cool.
You summoned me, Master Sio.
Welcome home. I wish we could greet you with better news.
Despite using every avenue available to us, we are no closer to finding Lord Vivicar.
Actually, I believe we are. A common thread binds all the plague victims. The loss of Parkanis Tark at Malachor III. Vivicar's influence forced the sick masters to relive their failures on Malachor. This is revenge. Personal revenge. Only one man would have that much anger and pain. The man who was left behind. I believe Lord Vivicar is Parkanis Tark.
Jedi, Parkanis is dead.
Far from it, Jarek. Yuan? I told those Padawans to keep an eye on you. You must rest.
No. My pupil, my fellow Jedi, deserves to hear the truth about Malachor.
Then tell us, Master Yuan.
Malachor III isn't just strong in the dark side. The planet is the resting place of the Sith Lord, Terak Moraj. Our work on Malachor woke Moraj's spirit. One by one we fell under his power. The The things we did still haunt me.
The Noeticons on Coruscant said that Tarek Morhage originally created the plague.
Then I've been punished appropriately. We paid a terrible price to break free of him. Harkanis was the youngest and weakest. We had to abandon him to Malakor's darkness. His sacrifice allowed the rest of us to escape, but it seems he survived and has taken Morridge's dark path.
Why did you keep this a secret?
I wasn't eager to tell my greatest student about my worst failure. I must make amends. I have a plan to help you find Vivicar. If the plague created a link between my mind and his, your shielding ability may allow me to use that link to find him.
No. You're already weak from the plague, Yuan. This could kill you.
Oh, right. I have a shielding ability that I've been using constantly.
I suppose there's little choice in the matter.
She's right. We must prevent this plague spreading further.
Very well, Yuan. But we will monitor the ritual, and your former Padawan must stay at your side.
Thank you, Sio. I will go to the meditation chamber to prepare. Please meet me there when you're ready.
Meanwhile, we've lost Gigapudding. Again. I don't know how I'm going to survive without my daily dancing Twi'lek. That sounds dismissive. I don't mean that as such. I was trying to be funny. My delightfully dancing Twi'lek? Look, you're awesome. What do you want from me?
Thank you for coming. I have made all the preparations for the ritual to find Lord Vivicar. I plan to create a connection between us, using your shielding ability. If it was Parkanis, this should work. Drawing on your strength, I will invert the link between myself and Vivicar, and use it to sense his location.
I don't like the idea of being used as a crutch.
There are risks. For one, the shielding you gave me on Coruscant will be severed. I don't know what will happen then. It's possible I could die once your shield is gone.
I believe I understand.
No matter what happens, you must give me as much time as possible. Reversing the link may be a long process. Let us begin. Yes, it's working. I can feel his mind, and I can feel
She can feel the power that she's challenging. There is no hope. Jedi, you don't look as strong as you did last time we spoke. Yuan has drained your strength and made herself vulnerable to me. Still arrogant and reckless.
You can't possibly fathom how much I will enjoy destroying you.
No, Jedi. Your interference ends here and now. See how Yuan's will crumbles before mine. Fitting that two of my enemies will destroy each other.
Oh, okay. I'm telling you, the voice actress, she nails it. In several ways.
It worked. Listen. Lord Vivicar, he's out in deep space on some sort of vessel. Here, take the coordinates.
Yeah, I was confused by her being an elite until I saw her level.
Send this. It's his code. It will give you time to get aboard. No. The darkness. Vivicar's will is too strong. I can't hold on. Please kill me. End it now.
I am obedient, Master Yuan.
May the Force protect you.
We've been monitoring events in the meditation chamber. Please return to the Council at once.
She commanded, my master commanded me to kill her. I had to. There is no death. There is only the Force.
The ritual was a success. Lord Vivicar is out in uncharted space. But he knows I'm coming.
Now only your shielding talent can stop him.
My what?
When darkness overcame Yuan, you had the will to do what was necessary. Lord Vivicar will have made preparations, and he still has his greatest weapon, the plague.
With his location revealed, Vivicar may choose to simply unleash the plague on us.
If that happens, your shielding ability will be our only protection. You must survive. Go to the coordinates quickly, before Vivicar strikes back. And Jedi, may the Force be with you.
So. What? No, this is my natural eye color, Trathan. I get yellow eyes from my mother's side. That's... Oh, I need to go back down to the station, don't I, Giga? How's Chapter 1 been so far? The HUD is up to date. Pillars of snow. I don't have a red lightsaber. What are you talking about? Yeah, Consular has been more fun than I thought it would be. Admittedly, it was a super low bar. You could probably roll over the bar, it was so down. But, nevertheless, this is definitely being better than, honestly, everything prior to now. Even Smuggler was a lot weaker than I remembered it being. Oh god. Oh god, Giga, no. No! No! Ugh! Okay. I have now been glomped by a giant lizard being ridden by a Twi'lek. Yeah, we'll see if Consular goes up or down with Act 2, which I'm hopeful to start today. Need to make some decent time here. Yes, Sage. Rocks and rocks and rocks and rocks. And then bigger rock, and then rocks and rocks and rocks. Oh, right. Of course, Vivicar has a frickin' harrower. The delightfully dancing Twi'lek. There we go. Perfect. I love it. I love it. Giga, you're now the DDT. Okay. I mean, Satele is pretty bad. But, you know, it's cool. It's cool. The best part is all 3 party members currently present can go cloak. Smuggler into... Ah, Concerts. What pulled me out of combat? What pulled me out of combat? Or out of stealth? I'm confused by that. Honestly, I don't think we deserve the DDT. She's too good for us. Secretly, every time I do something horrifically evil, it gives her more fuel to continue to be, you know, what she is. So, it's all for purpose.
Ah, I wasn't sure if you'd be foolish enough to come aboard, Jedi. But I can sense your presence.
And I sense a man tormented by the past.
There is darkness surrounding you. It's meager compared to mine. Come to me, Jedi. Stand in the shadow of Malachor if you can.
Sure. The quest objective there, if you missed it, was find a way to open the door. Oh, that's gonna be awesome, Giga. You kidding me? First of all, you'll be a DDM. I mean, Malachor just has a ring to it in general. I love that word. The docking start chase queuing. How did you know I was coming? Oh, they have scans? Oh, right. They've got those little... yeah. I was always a Call of Duty player. That's not true. I didn't get started until Modern Warfare 1. Pretty far into the series, relatively speaking. Hey, I'll be with you, droids, in a moment. What? I'm busy! I'm trying to... Okay, this is rude. Certainly not compared to Jedi Knight's crap, Django. What I noticed was after playing Smuggler and Trooper, Jedi Knights was just so much worse. Like, I was shocked. And that started early, too. That started in right about the end of Act 2. Him. So, why don't the Jedi question why I'm not using the shielding power? Listen, I've done everything I can, Latario, okay? There's only so much I can do to use my great and powerful power, which I totally have. And have totally been using
for duty. Return to your post.
On these people. So is the reason you're going to go soft on Vet is because she reminds you of Mission and how you forced Zalbar to kill her in your first Dark Suit Fighter? Actually, no. I mean, it's related, but the direct answer is no. All joking aside, I do think there are some lines that I'm not going to cross, and Vet's just too awesome to be evil to. I like Vet a lot. The reason I'm joking that she's Mission is because she's Mission. She's voiced by the same actress, she's the same species, and she's designed in basically every way to be Mission 2.0. The catch is, unlike many other aping characters, like Doc and his aping of Han Solo, or T7 and his aping of R2-D2, I think Vet does a really good job of being Mission. In fact, here's my heresy of the day. I think Vet is actually better than Mission. I had a thought about that yesterday, I think. It boils down to the fact that I think Drew Karpyshyn... I don't know if this is true or not, but I think that Drew was trying to write a Han Solo-esque character, and he wrote Doc, and Doc sucks.
Tell me, Jedi, what was it like when you struck down a master of your own order? Was it as you imagined?
I relished the challenge of the battle.
Perhaps we aren't so different. But sadly, that won't save you. I have already won. You will understand soon, if you live that long.
Drew Karpyshyn has actually gone on record saying that he wrote Jedi Knight. And yet I actually have just found, after about 10 seconds of Googling, that someone named Hal Hood, who is apparently the worst writer in the history of the known universe, wrote both Smuggler and Jedi Knight. Interesting. If that's true, what that probably means is that there was a lot of cross-pollination in the writing team, which is pretty normal. In that case, whoever wrote Doc was trying to ape Han Solo, had no idea how to do it, and failed miserably. Like, my statement doesn't change based on who the writer is. Oh, this hurts. Listen, there's only so many rocks I got, okay? Alright, thank you for waiting. I just noticed we're mostly killing Republic troops. It's okay, they're brainwashed. It's cool. No negative points. Oh, hang on, it's a member of Havoc Squad. Let's kill Havoc Squad here. Oh, hang on. Up, the Chancellor's brainwashed. Gotta kill her. Sorry, my B, everyone. She was brainwashed. Oh no, General Garza's brainwashed. I suppose I should get less serene music while I'm doing this. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just on the same playlist since we were in Alderaan. This planet's been brainwashed! Death Star! It's okay, I haven't been brainwashed. I'm the only one! That's why I surrounded myself by sharks. Sharks can't be brainwashed, it's cool. They'll never doubt me, Ventures. I'm a Jedi. And Jedi tell the truth. But, okay. Listen, if I could just lay fire across a whole planet, then I'd probably do it. Yeah, my character is just... I'd fire it up, but we're about to have a boss fight against an idiot. Uh-oh. Dramatic music for the boss fight. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. This is it. The greatest showdown of all time.
And tactics have got you this far, Jedi, but no further. This battle was decided before you stepped aboard.
There's nowhere left to run, Vivicar. And no more lackeys to do your fighting.
They've served their purpose, delaying you. My plague isn't just a disease. It siphons power from its victims. With the proper rituals, that power can be channeled. Soon, the combined strength of your masters will make me the most powerful Force adept who has ever lived.
If you love the Force so much, prepare to become one with it.
You can't defeat me, Jedi. This face, this Vivicar, he is just another skin to be shed. Parkanus offered himself to me on Malachor III to crush the order that destroyed us. He embodied my spirit.
I am no lost Jedi, no ordinary Sith Lord. I am Terak Morage.
A Jedi healer put you down once. Now I can finish what he began.
No one can oppose me. I am beyond flesh, beyond death.
I will crush you, Jedi, and your shattered body will fuel my rebirth!
And he's dead.
Impressive, Jedi. You might even have triumphed, but my victory is already complete. My plague has spread farther than you can imagine. Jedi Masters across the galaxy are succumbing to it as I speak. The plague binds these Masters to me. Hundreds of them. The heart and soul of your order.
This guy's better than Vitiate. Just saying. In vanilla. In vanilla.
I don't care about your plague anymore. It's over for you.
Ah, yes. Strike now. Kill me, and you will kill every master I have ever infected. Everyone. Shielded or not, they are still bound to me. But what choice do you have? You cannot let me live, and I am deathless. Your shielding talent cannot harm me. You've lost.
Your mistake is thinking I care who dies.
We felt it. A massive shift in the Force. We have reports from across the galaxy. Dozens of Masters have died from the plague. Maybe hundreds.
Their deaths were the price of Tarek Morhage's destruction.
Morhage? So this threat was even greater than we knew. Thank you for all you have done. The Jedi Order owes its survival to you. Please, return to us on Tython. We wish to thank you in person, and we have a special reward for you.
Nope. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. It's cool. No, I actually agree, Dr. Winter, and I'm totally giving it a positive. Whoops, I need to go to Tython. Now, yeah, what do you want to bet? We're about to be rewarded with something other than being stripped of our rank? Which is probably what should happen if these bozos had a brain. In fact, where's my villain playlist? Let's just play our theme as we walk out here, shall we? Hang on, give me a second. Let's just go with... probably Django. It feels like the core writing is good, but the reactive writing isn't there at all. Like, I'm actually enjoying Consular. I've said it before. Our dialogue is interesting, and a lot of things that we do is actually interesting. But nobody notices anything we do, outside of the immediate seconds later after we do it. And even in that case, some people are just like, yeah, all right, whatever. Yep, the plague just has... No, we just walk around... You will give me a medal for killing hundreds of you.
We've been awaiting your return. Please, step forward. Thanks to you, the shadow of the plague has been lifted from the Order.
There's a title reserved for the most prestigious among us, whose wisdom and skill safeguard the galaxy. It hasn't been bestowed in thousands of years.
There were objections, given your methods. But we must acknowledge the debt we owe. Therefore, we name you Barsenthor, Warden of the Order.
I will do all I can to live up to this honor.
Your actions leave me in no doubt, and not a moment too soon. We have need of you. We have received word that the Republic is facing a new threat.
I'll destroy anything and everything that threatens the Republic.
We need time to prepare a war council. The Supreme Chancellor himself will be attending.
Himself?
Time to rest.
Okay.
And you should record your journey in the Jedi archives. History must know of your actions. Return to us when you feel ready. For now, the entire Order will know there is a new Barsenthor among us.
And that's the end of Act 1. Oh, wow. Entry 1. Don't worry. I'll make sure to write down everything I did. Oh, that is amusing. Probably deserves a negative, though, if we're being completely honest. What's really funny, someone in chat said this, and I love this idea. What if everyone in the Jedi Order are completely missing all the stuff we're doing? Because they're so busy fawning over the Jedi Knight, who is just beating everything with their eyes closed by flexing their pecs. What do you want to bet? That's just, it makes a weird amount of sense, because this is happening while the Jedi Knight just saved all of Tython and the Republic and just all. Remember, that was the end of Act 1 over there. I can't wait to get all this junk that's crap for me, because I'm level 70. Act 2.
Word of your amazing success has preceded you. Well done. But events are moving faster than we anticipated. The Council is calling an emergency conference with the Supreme Chancellor, and we need you to attend.
Whatever the Order requires, I stand ready.
Excellent. I knew we could rely on you. The conference is being held on Tython at the temple. Come as soon as you can. There is also another matter we should talk of in person.
Oh no, the Chancellor's brainwashed!
Trust me, Jedi, nothing good ever follows those words.
They've certainly piqued my interest.
Council knows of your greatness. They would not dishonor you. Yeah, this is actually horrifically evil.
Illustrious personages demand our presence. I suppose we shouldn't keep them waiting.
This is...
The Supreme Chancellor. This is so exciting. And no time to recompile my hair.
The only thing that's preventing this from being awesome is what Dr. Winter and Django and I have already brought up. The story isn't really acknowledging how evil we are. We are being very evil. But nobody's noticing at all. We're not even hiding it. Like, we're not even doing a good job. I'm already freaking here. We're not even, like, being a Palpatine about it. And Lord knows they probably should have caught Palpatine anyways. We're just like, hi, yeah. What did you do? Well, I had to horrifically rip their skin off and feed it to them. Ah, I see. Well, that's regrettable, but as long as you did the best you can to preserve the peace, I suppose that's all we could ask for. Yes, Master. Well, so far, it's definitely a positive, and I have actually given it a negative, so I agree, Lord Aramon. I learned it from Rajavari. I learned it from watching you! Yeah, exactly, Arkan. I agree. This would easily be Imperial storyline quality levels if they actually noticed and reacted to it. So let's go meet the Council. Very appropriate music for meeting the Jedi Council. It is Darth Pudding's fault. She's distracting them. I had to wear their skin as a cape. You don't understand.
Ah, welcome. Supreme Chancellor, allow me to present the only living Barsenthor of the Jedi Order.
See him again in the Bounty Hunter storyline.
The Council has told me of your exploits. Remarkable. You may be exactly the person I need.
What can I do for you, Chancellor?
You may not be aware that the Empire is not our only concern. The Republic itself is on the brink of collapse. Across the galaxy, many worlds are talking about secession. Even open rebellion against the Republic.
This is no time for internal squabbling. We should be united against the Empire.
A small league of powerful planets and individuals has emerged, calling themselves the Rift Alliance.
Including Hoth.
This Rift Alliance claims to have lost all faith in the Republic. Those worlds are threatening to sever all ties, permanently.
But the Republic is badly weakened. The Rift Alliance controls critical resources, armies, trade centers. If they leave, the Republic will die.
This Rift Alliance must understand they're placing billions of lives at risk.
I want to assign a Jedi as my representative to the Rift Alliance. To prove the Republic takes their grievances seriously.
Oh,
this Jedi
I will
be tasked with solving any problems the Rift Alliance may have. to restore its faith in the Republic's strength. When I asked the Council for candidates, yours was the first name they suggested.
What sort of problems would I be solving?
Whatever the Rift Alliance needs. Prove the Republic's worth to them.
Which brings us to the other matter I mentioned. We would, naturally, not assign anyone less than a Jedi Master to such a task.
But your strength and courage have long shown you merit the rank.
How could I refuse such an honor?
Kneel, and the Supreme Chancellor will bear witness.
Hey, Anakin.
We are one voice, one order, bound together by the Force.
Through her actions, this Jedi has proved worthy. Before our order and the Force itself.
We grant you the rank of Jedi Master. Protect and guide the Republic, as the Force guides you.
Rise, and may the Force be with you.
Congratulations. It is a pleasure to welcome you as a fellow Master.
You've given me an example to live up to, Master Sio.
I've convinced several diplomats from the Rift Alliance to be guests aboard a Republic flagship, the Fortitude. Rendezvous with the Fortitude and meet with them. Quickly. You are now my best hope to keep the Republic in one piece.
I'll head to the Fortitude immediately.
And thank you. Perhaps the Republic will have a future, after all.
So, Latario mentions, you realize that the Dark Council knew a Jedi killed hundreds of their own people, they'd laugh their asses off. I'm picturing Palpatine, after he gains access to the Jedi archives, just combing them, you know? Coming across this and just losing it. Just picture Ian McDiarmid laughing hysterically at this. It becomes like his reading material for the next week. Like when he's going to bed at night, he's like, oh yeah, let's see what else she did. Oh my god, she started the war. She was there to fix the war. They thanked her for solving the war that she started. He's losing it. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Master Vitorica? And they made her a master for it! And they keep mentioning a Darth Pudding? I don't know what's up with that, but that gives me an idea. What would my Consular's Darth name be? That's actually a good question. So I'm a fond believer of the idea that a Darth name needs to be, like, close to another word, but not quite it. You know, Invader, Insidious, etc., etc. So, what would ours be? I was debating something related to ubiquitous, but I don't think that works there.
Master, you'll be pleased to know I added extra padding to all the seat cushions aboard this vessel. I hope you find them comfortable.
No, for Kilmore, we're just a moth. Darth Callus?
Hello? You're the Jedi they were sending, yes?
Hi, Nadia.
I can't talk any louder. Someone might hear.
I'm wondering when you'd show up.
Nadia Grill, my father and the other senators. We were all invited here by the Chancellor. Then the ship was attacked, boarded by people calling themselves Sith.
Nadia, make sure no one can find you before we talk anymore.
I'm in an air vent on the command deck. I can't go too far from the bridge. The one in charge is called Eric's. He just cut his way through the crew. Then he ordered all the senators onto the bridge and locked it. My father's in there, but I can't get to him. I just hid.
Eric's would have probably killed you if you tried anything.
I know. I couldn't... There's a console on one of the lower decks that can open the bridge. Here, I'll send you the location. Please hurry. I saw the Sith tampering with the engines. We might not have a lot of time.
I kind of like Darth Vasive. It's a bit simple, but it rolls off the tongue well, which is also important. It needs to sound good. Darth Vasive. As in, invasive. Speaking of which, here's our theme song as we walk to the ship here. Let's see, there's Orcano. Another new outfit. Let's show this one off for a second. Whoop, too close. Darth Jedi. And it's gone. It's okay, the outfit changed. Where's Giga? Giga! Giga! Oh, there she is. Whee! No, Latario. The Jedi Knight definitely was. I'm pretty sure they're really boring, and the canon answer is that all 4 Republics are probably light, and all 4 Imperials are probably dark. Listen, these Chancellors, they knew. They got this. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Depending on where this goes, I might just make this my canon Consular. I was kind of leaning towards that anyway, since this is the character we'll be doing the expansions with on the Republic side. But, like, this is just amusing. Oh, we lost Orcano. No! No, I think I like Vasive. I think I'm going to stick with that. What's really funny, I'm actually enjoying the playstyle a bit more, too. I should probably mention, I've only very rarely played as the dual saber class. Usually, whenever I played Sage, Consular, or Inquisitor, I played the mage type for healing purposes. I like Dark Destin, but in fact, you could also say a Destin sounds like Destiny, too. But I think I'm going to stick with Vasive. That really just flows in a way that fits for me. I agree with that, Caspian. We will have to try it out at some point to test it. It's obvious. Like, you'd think make a class that uses Force Lightning would be a no-brainer, right? But I never enjoyed it. But we'll try it out. It has been a long time since I've played that. Ignore Kefka's theme, which is playing. We just hit 71. That's funny. Interesting, Psychotic. I remember it so my biggest memories of Madness were at launch. It wasn't great at launch, my opinion. Granted, there was no high-end stuff to test it against.
Navigational computer illegally locked. Fail-safe systems have been disabled. Collision with Duralio's surface is imminent. Recommend immediate course change to avoid casualties.
Aw, no choice to let the place burn? Okay. Current alignment? We're still only Dark 1. What do we need to get to Dark 2? We are at 1450 Dark at the moment. Uh-oh. So we need 600 more Dark Side points. I wonder how fast I could burn a Celis to the ground by myself. I do like doing massive damage. No, I'm not actually joking. I have been legitimately impressed with the dark side writing. It's just, if we're being honest, it's only half the dark side writing. Remind me where to even do that, Psychotic, because I'll totally do that, like, today.
Get away from him. I'm warning you. I won't let you hurt him.
Nadia, don't!
You'll just end up shooting yourself, girl. Drop it, or your father and your Jedi friend here will die very, very slowly.
Your attack has failed. Now prepare to face justice for what you've done.
I see no failure. My mission will soon be complete. Your ambassadors will die, and this ship will be destroyed. Pitiful, like slaughtering Nexu cubs. But Lord Kyrus demands that your Rift Alliance suffer and fall.
Tell me where to find Lord Kyrus. You don't need to be his slave.
Slave? I do Lord Kyrus's will. He grants me more freedom than any brainwashed Jedi. My lord might find the girl an appealing prize of war, once she's incapacitated.
Ew.
But the others must die. It is commanded. And you, Jedi, are in my way.
Well, that's death. I mean, I was gonna kill you anyways if I'm being completely honest, but, you know... Goodbye.
Nadia, don't you ever! What were you thinking? He might have killed you.
I'm sorry, Father. I couldn't just hide while you were in danger. Charming, really.
We'll talk later, Nadia. The planet's looking dreadfully close, and I saw that Sith lock the navigational computer.
If you can all stop arguing for a moment, anything you know about the ship could be useful.
That Sith also destroyed the life support and fire control systems, so I hope you have another ship for us to evacuate onto.
I do, actually.
Please! I don't want to die! Shush, Places. Jedi, could we overload one of the engines to change course? We'd likely hit Duralia's moon instead, but there'd be time to escape. Just.
I don't want to risk crashing on top of innocent people.
No. The moon is totally lifeless. I'd never suggested otherwise.
Wait! We can't do that! If we crash the ship into the moon, it'll...
Tekalia srek grula boska.
Secret of Mana, Lord Paramount.
I want to hear what she has to say. Go ahead, Nadia.
If the Fortitude crashes into Duralia's moon, it'll change the planet's tides. Whole cities might flood. But the Fortitude's thrusters still work. If we work together, maybe we could steer the ship into orbit instead. You need to take everyone to the controls right away. But we could save Duralia and the moon, and the ship could be salvaged.
Fine.
Can't the thrusters be controlled from here?
We need to steer manually. The consoles are around the ship. I'll show you.
Which Jedi? Time's short. Either we steer the ship, or you'll need to crash it into the moon.
As much as I love mass murdering dozens of people, hundreds of people, thousands of people? How many people are we killing here? No, we'll be nice. Just the trillions of people will die. It's okay, the Jedi Knight will show up and be like, yeah, I got you. Cool. Okay, fine. Pure evil. All in.
I'll overload one of the engines. Everyone else, evacuate the Fortitude now.
Yes, Master Jedi. I understand.
Shush, Stuart. Jedi, once the engine is set to overload, get out as soon as you can. Good luck.
I actually feel bad about that one. Oh, not because the million's dead. Screw them. I just feel bad because I let down Nadia. Poor Nadia. She had a good idea. It's admittedly a bit of a temporary solution. Oh, that's someone else. Yeah, someone else. Later on, Nadia's like, why didn't you take my idea? I'll put my hand on her and I'll say, it's okay, you had a great idea. And it absolutely would have worked. What? Then why didn't you do it? Because I wanted millions of people to die. And I'll just say that so flatly to her face. She'll just look at me with horror in her eyes. But as she lets the dark side into her heart, she'll realize the truth of the matter. She will understand, yes, no, that had to be that way. They had to die. And then she becomes my new Darth. You know, my second in command. So what do we call Darth Nadia? Darth... Hello. Darth Cassandra. I like it. 2 elites and a champion? What? Okay, yeah, hang on. Focus fire a little bit here. Okay. That was a fight. Why isn't that guy the Emperor? Jesus. Oh, whoop, that's a copy wrong song. Thankfully, it wasn't audible beneath all that mess. Oh, I love this weapon. Malachor pointed it out to me. So props to him for that. I actually like the armor that comes with this weapon too, but I think our outfit suits the Consular much better. This is the Onderon's... The Onderon Guardian's Pike, specifically. Not yet, Dr. Winter. What I was actually thinking about doing was, well, I was debating when I want to do that, put simply. Because I can do it here or with our Inquisitor. And of course, I've also got to try out the pure mage specs, too. Debating. I suppose now is effectively a good time to switch to full tank. That is to say, tomorrow. When we hit, Balmora, I think, will be first. Yeah, Balmora Quesha. That sounds right. I have saved the Rift Alliance by damning millions to horrific death. You're welcome. Hang on, where's my real playlist? Hang on. It's like a specific song I want here. It's gonna be down here. Where's my ship? There it is. Oh shoot, I'm in combat. No! One thing to do. Become invisible. Kill him in the bank. This... Okay. Ignore the Force Lightning. Ignore the Force Lightning. I'm a good person. I am a Jedi. Ugh. Get out of here. God, this... No, this is okay. It's okay. This works out. It's okay. It's Force Lightning of good. It's good Force Lightning. We're all cool here.
Master, I have reprogrammed your vessel.
I'll do this on camera, don't worry. I'm just
to
gonna
reduce the crew's caloric intake. Some of them were growing a bit thick.
Yeah, if you finish, so when you do Heroic Moment, you gain the abilities from other classes, and it's a specific ability from each class based on which ones you've finished, I think. Honk. Millions die.
Looks like we're safe, but what happens now?
As I understand it, we've been given a Jedi Master to address our every need, right?
My role is to take care of your problems and prove the Republic respects and values you.
Excellent, excellent. Shall I introduce everyone? First,
Representative Alani, who can introduce herself.
this is Diabduan. He represents a planet rich in lightsaber crystals, you call them?
Beautiful things. Break easily.
Hello. Ty Corden, Trade Secretary for Balmora. You're the Barsenthor, the Warden of the Jedi Order, right?
Yes. I didn't know my rank was common knowledge in the Republic.
Next is Shuru. He is from a water planet called,
Punchimo.
Manan. Good to know my devastated world is so memorable.
I'm Blazes. If you need any help from... Well, not that you need... Hello?
And I'm Senator Toba Skrell. My daughter and I are from Sarkai. We've only just joined the Republic.
But we were invited to join this Rift Alliance almost right away. Wasn't that nice?
It's an honor to be working with you.
Ah, the Republic. Good at words, but nothing else. If you're really here to help us, prove it. What about Ty? His world's under Imperial occupation, and the Republic's utterly failed to liberate them. Twice.
Alani, there were good reasons for the Republic to pull out. Even I see that. Although, if you did help to free Balmora, Jedi, you'd certainly prove the Republic isn't a failure.
No simple task, even for a Jedi.
True, but I've had years to plan. Technically, Balmora's not a Republic world, just a Republic ally. But the Empire didn't care. Since the occupation, Balmora's government has been in exile, myself included, and our droid factories are under Imperial control. But if Balmora is liberated, I'll see we join the Republic and bring our droid armies with us.
In that case, I will see what I can do.
The Republic actually helping Balmora? That would be a start.
If Balmora's people are suffering under the Empire, we shouldn't waste time.
Fuipanyaga, Tweepy.
Well, the Fortitude's done for. Seems we're stuck here. At least we can keep an eye on things.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea.
On a Jedi ship. I never dreamed I can't wait to see everything.
There's like 10 of you on a ship the size of, well, a house, but still. That's gonna wear out its welcome very quickly. I'm just letting you know. Ah, that's why. Probably because they're stupid or being bribed, Dr. Winter.
I have unfortunate news. I regret that our liaison must come to an end.
Oh, no.
So Holiday has spoken to you.
An agreement has been reached. I cease any advances to you, and in return, Holiday will not electrify my bunk at random intervals. Our tragic parting only compounds my current troubles. Do you remember our mystery capsule and the letter? Holiday made the chemical just as she promised. I thought applying it to the letter was the answer. But when I tried, it completely dissolved. We are left only with vapors.
That letter was our only lead to whatever's going on here.
No. Not our only lead, Jedi. The capsule the letter came in. I kept it to study the log. I could apply the chemical to that instead.
One clue's already gone up in smoke. What happens if we lose the capsule?
Then I'll eat this blasted chemical and see if that does anything. Holiday,
That is
come back online, my dear. We have a new avenue of inquiry. Success! Our mystery capsule has finally yielded its secrets. Converting the chemical to a gas was the ticket. We managed to fill the capsule.
And all these words started glowing on the inside. We found the real message. Isn't that super?
Get on with it already.
The message is from the Luminatus Club, a veritable who's who of the galaxy's finest scientific minds. An invitation to join them. The Luminatus Club only accepts the best. The pioneers in their field. All these years in obscurity. And my genius has finally been recognized.
That is truly excellent news.
This means I can enter the club's annual symposium. My creations against those of my fellow scientists. The symposium winner will be the darling of the Luminatus Club. It wouldn't be unreasonable to consider them the greatest scientist in the galaxy.
Sounds like you've got something in mind.
I think universal adoration and the symposium's grand prize are worth pursuing. Don't you? Pardon me, Jedi. I must accept the club's invitation, then start thinking of the finest symposium entry ever created.
Tell you what, I'll only accept that if you do it in a fade to black. That takes exactly 3 seconds.
Do you have time for a chat with your fellow intellectuals?
We've been trying to think of the absolute perfect entry for the Luminatus Club Symposium.
Nothing we've come up with has quite the spectacular edge I'm looking for. Any ideas?
Defense technology would be impressive.
A super weapon.
Something powerful enough to, say, destroy a whole Imperial fleet?
Building weapons of that caliber attracts tiresome attention. Still, you're on the right track. I need an unprecedented creation, something no one else could possibly be making. Yes. Perfect! I'll build a Vandrake generator. It was theorized by Dr. Gorman Vandrake centuries ago, but never realized.
As I recall, a Vandrake generator runs on a form of energy that doesn't exist.
A minor setback.
Besides, old Gorman Vandrake never knew about exotech, and he didn't have me to help.
A functioning Vandrake generator would prove a dozen theories, and cement my place in scientific history. Such a project! Sorry, Jedi, I really must get started.
Right. Again, 3 seconds of fade-out time. That's all I'm giving you. There's great peace in me since visiting Father's Bones. Thank you. I've spoken with Lex Val, young hunter we met. Was shocked the Dusk Shadow could be slain without tricks. Lex promises to be worthier. Scorekeeper will judge.
Lek needs guidance from a more experienced hunter, like you.
Perhaps. I am but hunter, no teacher. Lek must become on his own. Harold, there is something. Seeing my father's bones reminded, I am coming to middle of life. This time begins new life phase. It's called buy a Porsche and date someone half my age.
I've never heard of the Shakoyagu before.
It's rare for hunters to live so long, so this is also rare. I must hunt throughout, showing devotion to the scorekeeper, but I must be cautious. But what? It is a painful time. Must be on guard. Okay. Sure. You weirdo. The Onderon, Guardian's Pike. And that's the name of it, and it is on the market, I think. It's also 600 million credits on the auction house. Ask me how I know. I think that's a good cutoff point. Nope. That's a good cutoff point. Tomorrow, we will continue through Act 2, and we'll see how things go up, down, or in between. See you around.